único que ahora me ha explicado la música, que pusiera la música.
Claro, yo le he dicho eso porque estaba hablando con ella. Es que yo quería probar no sé qué micro, me ha dicho.
Hay algún micro abierto ya, ¿no? Probablemente, o una norma de audio. Será este.
Pero voy a escuchar la gente.
Hay un proyecto
Hello. Can you hear me? Hi. Can you hear me now? Excuse me.
Ay, gracias. Bueno, yo grito, ¿eh? Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask everyone to take a seat because we have a lot of people online. So we need to get started. I want to thank all of you for being here. I can see that it's a popular topic, as usual. It's the third one we organize on this topic because it's really interesting and we all still have a lot of questions. So today is really the time and the place to clarify a lot of those questions. So I want to start by thanking the European Commission for hosting us in their facilities. It's the second time we meet here, so we feel quite at home. As well as welcoming all of you, I'd like to remind you that you can ask questions, both those of you who are here, as those of you who are online, through the chat, but we'll divide the Q&A into two sections. We will hear from the speakers, and then we will have all the questions together, and then after the panel session we'll have another Q&A. So please make sure you ask all the questions you have. Take this opportunity to ask questions and get answers from the experts. So I'm going to give the floor to Eduardo Gomez, who is the person from the Commission who is going to welcome us and who's hosting us here. And I want to thank him and give him the floor, and then we can get started after his introduction. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure on behalf of the European Commission's representation in Spain to welcome you to this Europa room, which is hosting this workshop organized by FESAP on this extremely important topic, which is often not very visible, which is the use of organoleptic additives in animal feed. So I want to thank FESFAC for their constant commitment with innovation, safety and sustainability in a strategic sector for the Spanish and the European economy. The partnership between European institutions and the economic sectors is crucial so we can continue to move towards a more resilient, more transparent agro-food industry. And this is not just an isolated technical workshop. It's strongly connected with the EU's challenges, improving animal welfare, guaranteeing the quality of products, promoting the competitiveness of our logistics chains, and to do so always within the context of scientific evidence and EU regulations, and the use of different strategies to improve production efficiency and palatability contributes to animal nutrition, which will be at the same time responsible and high performing. And with this workshop, we're going to be able to exchange knowledge, share points of view, and build joint solutions. And the European Commission wants regulation to promote and not to be an obstacle to innovation. And for that to happen, we need to listen to every actor in the sector. I wish you a very productive workshop, and I hope that today's exchanges will draw us closer to this future in which sustainability, well-being, and development will progress together. Thank you. Well, let's get started because it's a pretty busy agenda. So first, Alicia Pardo de Lupta, please come up here. And she's going to give us the view on organoleptic additives from the industry's point of view. We're going to hear different points of view today, and it's important to hear from the industry to see what's being done, what we have, what we don't have, what are the challenges we face from the industry's perspective. Afterwards, we'll hear about the views of the European Commission and of EFSA. But first, we're going to start with Alicia. Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank FESFAP for organizing this workshop and for giving us the chance, not just to us, but to all the companies in the consortium, to explain all the work that we've been doing for over 15 years. And so let's get started. You can see that my presentation's in English, but since I'm in Madrid, I'm going to speak in Spanish, if I may. So this is the agenda. First, I'll explain about this consortium, FACC, which I'm sure you all know, but it's always good to go through an introduction. And then I will give you a general overview of the authorization process for flavoring, and then we will move to the chemically defined flavorings group. Then the second will be the botanically defined flavorings, and then I'll give you some key concepts on how we can assess compliance with current regulations. So first, what's this consortium, the Feed Flavoring Authorization Consortium, FFAC? You know that after the publication of Regulation 1831 in 2003, there was a requirement to file a dossier for the authorization of all additives which were being used in Europe in feed at the time. And flavorings are a type of additive, and that's why we created this consortium of companies which defended the use of flavorings in the European Union, and that's how this consortium was created in 2007. And there's currently 22 companies in the consortium, and we in 2010 started to defend 292 chemically defined flavorings and 267 botanically defined flavorings. This is the list of companies that are currently in the consortium. These are all, well, the companies from all over Europe, and you will see that some of them are based in Spain. And now let me get to the point. Current status of flavoring authorization. And well, in 2010, we filed with the Commission dossiers for the reauthorization of 860 additives. And these additives were divided into two groups. On the one hand, you have the chemically defined groups, 592, and the information was filed in 38 dossiers. And then there's the botanically defined groups, and that's 267, and the information was contained in 20 dossiers. The current status, and I have to turn around because otherwise I can't see it, for the CDGs, currently we have 88% of those groups already authorized. We have 6% which are in progress. I'll explain the reason why these are still in progress. 6% of these substances have been withdrawn because of scarce use or safety issues. And finally, there's 0.3%, which are just two substances which were not authorized. And as for botanically defined groups, the assessment process began later, and that's why only 22% are currently authorized. There's 34% which are in progress, and there's 44% which have been withdrawn. So the initial set of botanicals in 2010, 44% of those additives, we've withdrawn the request for assessment due to mostly the scarce use that was being made of these groups in Europe. And moving to the chemically defined flavorings group, as I mentioned, there are 592 groups which requested authorization in 2010, of which 521 have already been authorized. All of these groups were authorized with regulations published from 2017 until today, where every few days we get some revised regulation. And it's important to mention that in 2017, when the first regulations were approved authorizing these flavorings, heard the concept of maximum recommended content for the first time, which initially generated some confusion, but I think we're now all very used to working with this concept. And generally, in all of these regulations, there are transitional periods that are generally 6 months for pre-mixtures and 12 months for feed in order to adapt to the new regulations. And we have two which were non-authorized for safety reasons, and 37 which were withdrawn from the request because they were being used very little with very low concentrations in the European Union, and the effort required to collect all the information was not really sufficient to justify the effort involved. And then there's 32 groups that are not yet assessed, they're in progress. And why are they in this status? When we filed the dossiers in 2010, we requested, or we informed the Commission the level or the use we were making of these flavorings levels. And then as we received opinions from EFSA in some cases for some of these groups, the safety level by EFSA based on a study based on bibliographic data and data about the groups determined that the safe use level was lower than what we needed to use. And since at that time there were some groups for which we couldn't accept that dosage because we really needed higher dosages, we decided to carry out some tolerance trials in animals to demonstrate that those substances were really safe. And how did that work? Well, we had 131 substances in this status, and since we couldn't test 131 individual substances in every animal individually, we reached an agreement with EFSA and with the Commission, which we really appreciate, to design 4 mixtures with about 68 flavoring substances so that we can then extrapolate to the 131 substances that were in this status. And what we did was to test these mixtures in 3 land animal species, ruminants, poultry, and piglets. 2 of these mixtures were also actually tested in fish as well. And 2 of the challenges at the time were that flavorings, due to their characteristics, are volatile substances, and generally when you add flavorings to feed, when you open the bag, the flavoring starts to evaporate and you lose some over time. And so it was really important for us to prove that what we were adding to the feed was what the animals were actually ingesting. And so what we did was to reach an agreement with the farms so they would add the flavorings each day to the feed that the animals were going to eat. It's not the way that they usually work in farms, but we managed to get them to do that for this research, and it was very time consuming for them, by the way. And this whole tolerance studies program was carried out by the consortium, and there were 13 companies in the consortium that carried out the project and funded the project. And the mixtures we tested were these 4, which we felt had a profile that would be palatable for the 3 land animals we were going to test it in. So the first was a Tutti Frutti mixture, and the regulation was already published in March 2023. The second mixture was milk and vanilla, and the regulation was published in July 2023. The third was herbal, and this one was also tested in fish, and the regulation was published in July 2024. And then there were these 32 I mentioned before, which are in the toasted cereals mixture, for which we submitted the dossier to EFSA in January 2025. And so far we're answering some of the questions that have been raised by EFSA. And so we're pretty close to the end of this process, and we hope that this year we will get all the, well, not this year, next year, we will get all of these groups assessed. And then there's another group of substances which includes sodium saccharin, which, based on all the data that was submitted, plus all the environmental data, we found was persistent in groundwater and therefore withdrawn from the market. That is, even though it's still in the transition period, next year the deadline comes in and it will not be used in the European Union. Another group is NHDC, which was authorized in 2015. As you know, all flavorings, the regulations have a expiration date of 15 years. It was authorized in 2015, and so that authorization had to be renewed by 2025. We submitted the dossier, and we have an EFSA opinion published, and we're just waiting for the new regulation. And finally, we have naringin and thaumatin, both of which have had their regulations renewed already because they were the first to be regulated. And so again, all of these flavorings, once they've been authorized, the authorization is valid for 10 years. Most of them, the dossiers were submitted in 2010, but it wasn't until 2017 that the first regulations were published. And so by 2027, we're going to have to renew those regulations. And since we have, or those authorizations, and since we have to submit the dossier a year before the expiration date, by February of 2026, we will have had to submit all the renewal dossiers for over 200 flavorings. We have some good news. We've had some good news recently, and that is that there's a draft simplification omnibus, and it seems that the renewals will no longer be needed in the future. Probably that will not apply for this first package and probably not for the second either, but it's good news that in the future we'll not have to go through this renewal every 10 years. And something that's also changed in renewals in the consortium is that in 2010 all of these dossiers were submitted by Fefana, well, by the consortium, which is a Fefana member, but because of some internal discussions in Fefana, they've decided that the renewals will no longer go through Fefana, but through the substance group, although Fefana is still with us, helping us coordinate the project. And so that means that it's going to be a bit harder, because now it will be the companies that will have to come to an agreement, and in some cases, if the companies that were submitting an application back in the day decide not to participate in the renewals, there might be some flavorings that could become orphans, but we will, in principle, continue to work to get renewal for all of them. Moving on now to the botanically defined flavorings. The thing with botanicals has gone a bit slower, because initially we focused all our efforts on the chemically defined flavorings, although in 2010 we also submitted dossiers for all the botanicals, but it was decided to keep the project at a standstill to promote progress in the chemically defined flavorings. And finally, between 2014 2016, we started working specifically on the dossiers that were submitted to the EFSA and the Commission, and with those dossiers it was decided what information needed to be filed to get botanicals authorized, since these are slightly different products, slightly more complex. And so what information are we submitting to EFSA for the assessment of botanicals? First, the country of origin. So the geographical origin is important. We need to know the country of origin, the plant, and the part of the plant that's used, because it's not the same to get an extract from the seed than from the leaf or the fruit. And so we need to request this data from our suppliers, because, as you know, most of the companies in the consortium are not manufacturers, and so we need to get the data from the manufacturer or the supplier. What's really important, and sometimes it's a bit harder to obtain, is the flowchart, a detailed diagram with all the phases, all the extraction solvents that are used, all the purification stages. Often suppliers are unwilling to do this because they feel this is proprietary information and confidential, but we have managed to move forward. We also have to present 5 analysis or certificates of analysis for 5 batches of the substances included in the document. And we do full characterization. That means 99% characterization. We do chromatographic analysis, identify the substances of concern, or SOCs, which are very trendy topics right now. And in some cases, you also need to do a proximal analysis and analysis of contaminants, including pesticides and biocides and microbiology and heavy metals. And all of this is information we need to get from our suppliers. We need to do the full characterization, as I mentioned, and with all of this information, we do a safety assessment. All the companies that are submitting requests for authorization of the same botanical need to agree in order to define specifications. So there needs to be a discussion and then an agreement, and we need to present a whole dossier to the Commission for authorization. And this can take 34 weeks, and in some cases a bit longer. And so what's the status with BD flavorings? Of the initial 267 we submitted in 2010, we've had to withdraw 119. Why? Because of all the data that's required that we need to obtain from suppliers. If then the substance is not very used in the European Union, it really is not worth going ahead with these botanicals. In some cases, we've withdrawn them because some of them have a high content of substances of concern, and so we already envisioned that it wouldn't be safe for animals, so we withdrew them. And we already have 58 of these flavorings authorized. The first regulation came out in 2020, and since then, as you know, different regulations have been published very often. It's important to consider that there are different qualities depending on the origin and the plant, as I explained before, and for some of them, different limits have been established for different animal categories. Also, for some of them, and this is the difference versus the chemically defined, maximum limits have been established because of the presence of substances of concern. And the maximum limits are a requirement for both mixture manufacturers and feed manufacturers. We need to include that information in the labeling. And finally, we are still working with some of these. There's 90 of these flavorings that are still in progress, and for which we are gathering all the information from our suppliers, but the consortium has committed to submit all of this information by July of 2027. I've tried to give you a summary here of the current status with regulated botanicals. I'm going to try and explain this because it's kind of hard to reflect all of this information in a single table, but all the flavorings that are in green are the ones for which a maximum recommended amount has been established. You don't need to show it in the label, however. Those that are in red do have a maximum limit, and so you need to reflect that in the labeling. There's a small exception with essential orange oil, for which there are different qualities, and one of them doesn't have a maximum limit. And then the regulations have included some provisions, which I've tried to summarize here with 1, 2, and 3 asterisks. And so in those flavorings with 1 asterisk, in other provisions of the regulation, it is stated that the simultaneous use of different extracts from the same plant is not permitted. And I'll show you some examples later so this can be easier to understand. In the cases where there's 2 asterisks, what the regulations say is that the combination of different extracts containing the same substance of concern is not permitted. And finally, there's another provision which states that the use with other additives containing the same substance of concern is permitted, provided that the total amount is lower than that resulting from the use of a single additive. And I'll try and explain this later with an example to make it clearer. And finally, it's important to keep in mind that not all these additives have been authorized for all animal species. So you really have to look at them in turn and see for which species they've been authorized. And also, in this table, it refers to those additives that are currently in progress, which doesn't mean there aren't other botanical additives that are being submitted by other companies which are not in the consortium, and which you should also consider, like oregano essential oil, which is very commonly used in the industry. But the oregano essential oils that the consortium is submitting have not been published as regulations yet, but there are others which are already regulated. And here's an example for each situation to try and make it clearer. So in the case of the simultaneous use of different extracts from the same plant not being permitted, I've used the example here of ginger. Essential ginger oil was regulated in 2021, and in the other provisions you can see this point 5, which says the mixture of ginger essential oil with other authorized additives obtained from ginger officinale shall not be allowed in feedstuff. So you can't use essential oil of ginger with an oleoresin of ginger or a ginger extract or any other type of material extracted from the same plant species. What does this mean? That it's often difficult to mimic the profile of a particular botanical if you can't mix different extracts. In the case of ginger, it's difficult to mimic its profile and to have flavoring that really is like ginger, because the volatile compounds are in the essential oil as important as what remains in an oleoresin. And so it does curtail the creativity of our flavoring creators. And here's another example where the combination of different extracts containing the same substance of concern is not permitted. And I've used the example here of essential oil of sassafras and cinnamon essential oil. Both contain saffron, and so you could not combine them in the same mixture or in the same feed. And this does reduce the creative capacity of our flavorists quite a bit. And sometimes it's really difficult to implement this in an IT system. And finally, we have the third type of issue, and that's the use of other additives containing the same substance of concern is permitted, provided that the total amount is lower than that resulting from the use of a single additive. And here I've used the essential oil of tangerine and the essential oil of orange, which share a substance of concern, and so they can be combined, but you might have to make sure that the quantity of pyridylaldehyde in this mixture is lower than what you would get with a single additive in that mixture. And what that means is that it can be difficult also to have it in an IT system, but not as difficult as in the previous example. And in fact, this is quite similar to what was already happening in additives for human nutrition, so it's easier to implement in IT systems. I've been speaking about substances of concern, but what are they? Well, these substances are substances that are present naturally in some plants, in some extracts. In fact, over 40% of botanical flavorings that are regulated contain these substances of concern, but in very, very small amounts. And these substances could be estragol or safrole or others, and the presence of these substances means that the maximum dose you can use for animal feed is slightly lower. And these substances, and you also have to monitor the content of these substances of concern, which is also defined in the specifications for each additive. Again, the fact that there are substances of concern in botanicals mean that maximum limits may be established. And what that means, as I mentioned before, is that you can never exceed that maximum content, plus you must include it in the labeling of the premixtures or in the labeling of the feed. And that has an impact because we are required to report some of the components of the flavorings, and so that means publicizing some of our know-how as manufacturers. And also the feed manufacturers have to modify their labels, which is not always easy, and in order to include the substance in the label, they need to change their processes. But it can have a bigger impact on all those flavors where you're claiming it's eco or green, because only extracts from agricultural origin may be used in those cases, and that's essentially botanical flavorings, and therefore we would have to give maybe not the complete, but almost the complete flavoring composition. And then there's the animal species. As I said, not all additives have been regulated for all animal species, and so it's important to check the regulations and see which animal species have been authorized. And we also have a small difficulty because there isn't really a list of all animal species, a complete list of all animal species, and not yet, because there is a draft circulating, which we hope will be published soon, which does specify all the types of animal categories, and that would make things easier for us. Because sometimes you read the opinion and then you look at the regulation and it's kind of difficult to interpret. And so what we are forced to do is to have an endless list of animal categories to make sure we don't miss any, and so that clients can decide whether the product that we are making is authorized for the species they want to use it with. Plus, specifically in the case of substances of concern, as well as their presence, meaning that they're not authorized for all species or there's maximum limits, in some cases their use has been limited significantly in long-lived animals. And in some cases, of course, some argue that piglets could be defined as long-living animals. And here's one of these regulations for lemon essential oil to explain what you need to keep in mind when looking at regulations, because there's a lot of information here. And so what is it that you really need to focus on? And so on the one hand, you have the code for the additive, which always starts with 2B, which is the functional group for flavorings, and then another code, and in some cases some letters indicating the type of extract. The name, of course, is important, but also the botanical species. In this case, the only lemon essential oil that has been authorized based on this regulation is lemon essential oil from the rind of Citrus limone. So you can't just use any extract. You really have to check whether the extract you're using is from the skin, and whether it's from the peel, and whether it's from this particular plant species.
On the other hand, we have the characterization, where apart from the substances of concern, there's other substances that we need to control. On the other hand, there's some authorization or permitting period, 10 years. This regulation was published in 2022, so the end of permitting is for 2032. That's to say 10 years. On the other hand, we have animal species. This is a list of all the animal species for which this additive is authorized for, with its corresponding dosages. As you can see, not all species of animals have the same dosage, and therefore we need to control well for what species that product is and the dosage that you would recommend. Finally, as I said earlier, this includes all the provisions, which includes additional information to take into consideration. In this case, it would be an additive from the group of 3 asterisks. That is to say, yes, I can use this essential oil of lemon with other additives that have the substance of contract, in this case aldehyde, but I need to control very well the resulting amount of aldehyde. And how do we do so as to make sure that all of our products comply with the regulation? Well, first, let's go one step earlier. How do we design a flavor? Mainly, this request comes from our departments, sales departments, that come with a request, an application from the customer that state their needs. This is sent to the creation department, where the department in charge of designing the flavor considers the profile, price, application that is going to be dedicated for this flavor. Then it goes to an application department that is the one that is in charge of doing the test, so that that flavor on that type of feed is correct and it smells as it needs to smell, and the profile is the one that the customer requested. And on the other hand, finally, we from regulatory department arrive there and certify that that flavor is correct, that it can be used, that dosage, for a specific animal category. How do we do this? Well, we have no other choice than introducing in our IT systems, be it an IT program or an Excel sheet that allows us to calculate all of the dosages authorized by animal species, so that the system allows us to calculate then the final dosage of the flavor that can be used in the feed. On the one hand, we have all the substances, additives, with their dosages per animal uploaded in the system, and this calculation eventually gives us the result of the maximum dosage or recommended dosage that can be implemented in a certain feed. How do we translate this information to the customers? Well, via our technical files and our labels. We also have the obligation in our label to write the composition. For instance, we have the mixture of flavoring, and in the cases where we have some additives with a maximum limit, we also need to declare that. And this is for the case of maximum limits. All of those additives that have a maximum recommended amount, according to the regulation, they should be declared in the label of that feed when they excess the dosages. But all of the companies of the consortiums have agreed not to overcome those maximums that are recommended. Finally, as a conclusion, well, I'd like to tell you that the consortium is still working on the authorization and now the reauthorization of all flavoring compounds since 2010. We hope that the chemically defined projects, 592 additives, is completed for 2026. We don't have much more to go. We just have to answer a couple of questions that has been posed by EFSA, and we're entering a new project, which is that of renewals. We're working on it now. We almost have all of the dossiers ready in order to file them in February 2026. With respect to the project of botanicals, well, we have the commitment with the Commission of filing the entire document package for July 2027 so that EFSA can do the assessment work. And very important also, the message of botanicals. We need to pay attention to the regulations very carefully. There's different things that we need to pay attention to in the regulations. The botanical origins, the SOCs, animal categories, and this is not easy to read the regulations, but you can trust the manufacturers of flavorings because I'm sure that they're going to give you all the information that you need in order to make your products. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alicia. Maybe we're going to have some questions because Alicia has also mentioned the Commission, but the EFSA. So the next steps will be as follows. We're going to ask the Commissions and we're going to ask EFSA about the situation. So that's the reason why we have Francesca Moretti, who unfortunately has not been able to be physically present here, but she's connected online. So she's going to tell us. Good morning, Francesca. Hello, good morning. And she is going to tell us about the main requirements for the authorization of additives from that point of view of the Commission, which is very important in order to understand ourselves the cost of additives, the cost of the registration of them, and the guidelines that we're following. So, Francesca, you have the floor.
Presentation. Can you hear me? Can you see correctly my presentation? I can.
Yes, we can.
Good morning to all. I did it a pity that I cannot be there with you. Today I will talk about the main requirement for the authorization and the renewal of the sensory additives. This is the structure of the G-Santé. The animal nutrition teams work in food hygiene, feed and fraud unit. In the Director General of Crisis Preparedness in Food, Animals and Plant. Today I will main points will be the legal basis for the authorization of feed additives, in particular with the focus on the authorizations after the re-evaluation and the renewal of authorization. And then a more practical part about the feed additives authorization procedure. When we talk about requirement, we cannot talk about legislation. So the legal basis for the authorization of the feed additives are the general food law as a basis, and then the main regulation is the Commission Regulation 1831/2003, which established the common procedure for authorizing feed additives and lays down rules for their placing on the market, labeling and use. And then we have the Commission Regulation 429/2008 that is the guideline which is detail the rule for the implementation of the 1831/2003 as regard the preparation and the presentation of application and the assessment and the authorization of feed additives. The Article 10 of 1831/2003 states that no person shall place on the market, process or use feed additives unless it is covered by authorization granted in accordance with this regulation. The condition for use set out in this regulation and in the authorization of the substance are met, and the condition on labeling set out in this regulation are met. So it is important, of course, that the feed additives should be authorized according this regulation. And then in Article 5, the Article 5 states that no feed additive shall be authorized unless the applicant for such authorization has adequately and sufficiently demonstrated that it satisfies the requirement of paragraph 2 and at least one of the characteristics set in paragraph 3. What paragraph 2 and paragraph 3 say? The paragraph 2 say that the feed additive shall not have an adverse effect on animal health, human health, or the environment, shall not be presented in manner which may mislead the user or harm the consumer by impairing the distinctive feature of animal product or mislead the consumer with regard to distinctive feature of animal product. While the paragraph 3 say that the feed additive shall favorably affect the characteristic of feed and animal product, the color of ornamental fish and bird, the environmental consequences of animal production, the animal production, performance or welfare, particularly by affecting the gastrointestinal flora or the digestibility of feeding stuff, and satisfy the nutritional need of the animal. So in the Article 6 of the same regulation are defined different categories of feed additives are 5 the category: the technological additives, the sensory additives, nutritional additives, geotechnical and consigliostat and histomonostat. So today we focus on sensory additives which are the substances, the addition of which to feed improves or changes the organoleptic properties of the feed or the visual characteristic of the food derived from animals. In the Annex 1 of the same regulation, the sensory additives are split in colorants and flavoring compound. We focus on the flavoring compound, that are substances the inclusion of which in filling stacks increases fed smell or palatability. And then in the regulation that is the guidance for the 429 2008, the flavoring compound are split in natural product, botanical defined, or plant-natural product, non-plant origin, or natural or corresponding synthetic chemical defined flavoring, and artificial substances. So today we focus principally on botanical and chemically defined flavoring. The same regulation 1831-2003 define also the type of application, the type of authorization. The Article 4 define the new authorization for new additives or for new use for already authorized feed additives. For example, when there is a change of the species that would like to be authorized, an Article 4 is needed, or a different origin of the plant for a botanical, for example, an Article 4 is needed. While the Article 10 define the authorization after re-evaluation that we will see a bit later, and Article 14 the renewal of authorization. The Article 10 of 1831-2003 talk about the status of existing product at the time of this regulation, and in particular it's about all the product that were authorized by previous legislation. And according to this article, these additives can remain on the market if the person interested notify the product to the Commission, and this product within 1 year of the entry into force of this regulation, and the product entered in the register. And then an application shall be submitted in according to Article 7 of the same regulation within a maximum of 7 years for the additives that were authorized without a time limit. Indeed, both botanical and chemical flavoring were authorized in a generic way from the Directive 70/524 for all animal species and category, and without a time limit, saying all natural product and corresponding synthetic product. Therefore, within 1 year from the entry into force of 1831, the product that were on the market were notified and entered in the register. Until March 2023, the register was a PDF document, updated a few times a year, and there were two annexes, the Annex 1 with the list of additives authorized, and an Annex 2 with a separate file with the list of additives authorized under the Article 10. While since April 2023, we have an online register that it is updated daily, and where you can find all the information about the authorization status of a feed additive. After within the 7 years, the entry into force of the regulation 1831/2003, the dossier for botanical and chemical were submitted, and as said before, while for the botanical, the work is still ongoing. We have authorized till now 58 botanical flavoring, but more than 100 authorization after reevaluation are expected. And as I said, it's very important that the deadline of July 2027 is met. In addition, it's important that the dossier related to the botanical flavoring correspond, the specification in particular correspond to the dossier sent in 2010 in order to be compliant with the Article 10, as we have seen before. On the other hand, for the chemical flavoring, we are already in we are already authorized more than 500 chemical flavorings. We are expecting the data at the early 2026, the last data related to the chemical. But of course, for 2027, we are already waiting for the renewal for the dossier for the renewal, because as stated in Article 14 of Regulation 1831/2003, an application for renewal shall be sent to the Commission at least 1 year before the expiry day of the authorization. So since in 2017, there were more than 200 authorization for chemical. In 2026, we are expecting the same number of chemical flavoring to be reauthorized. And the authorization shall be renewable for 10 years. Till now. But what are the document needed for the renewal of the authorization? First of all, there is needed a copy of the authorization for placing the feed additive on the market, a report on the result of the post-marketing monitoring, but actually for usually for botanical chemical is not needed, because for sensory and technological additive usually we don't is according to the regulation is not needed unless there are GMO additives. In addition, for the application is needed new information which has become available with regard to the evaluation of the safety in use of feed additives and the risk of feed additives to animals, human, or the environment. And where appropriate, a proposal for amending, supplementing the condition of the authorization. But of course, since we are in the context of the Article 14 is a renewal, the additive shall be remain. Whenever there are the substantial changes, an article, a dossier article 4 should be submitted. And then where for safety reason behind the control of the applicant, no decision is taken on the renewal of an authorization before its expiry date. The period of authorization of the product shall automatically be extended until the Commission take a decision. So the dossier are sent one year in advance, but if for different reason in 2027, for example, the case of the chemical that were authorized in 2017 are not the new authorization is not yet published, the product can still remain on the market with the previous authorization. Now we go more on the practical aspect, the feed additives authorization procedure. What are the steps of the feed additives authorization procedure? There is the first step, of course, that is the submission by the applicant, the validity check by the European Commission, EFSA and URL assessment, and at the end, the management decision by the European Commission. The first step actually is split in two. We can say that the first, before the real submission, the applicant should send the samples and the fee if needed. And in particular, is important to receive the acknowledgement of the recipe from the URL, because this is needed for the submission in the application that is called a submission food chain. For the renewal, the fee and the sample are not needed. Then we have the submission of new application through the platform, and then when the application is validated, there is the check by the Commission. We check if the application form is completed and signed. If we have the document signed by the URL about samples and fee, the complete dossier and the public and scientific summary of the dossier, all information concerning the notification of a study, the confidentiality request, and the administrative data of the applicant. So in this check, we see if the part that is complete, but there is clarity, there is consistency between among the different documents. And in order that we can validate the submission, the request, and send then the data are sent to EFSA. EFSA check the safety for the target species, the consumer, user, and the environment, the efficacy of the feed additives, and verify the URL report. The RRR, in addition to keep the sample, it evaluates the submitted method by the applicant against their suitability for the official control. According and then we enter in the management decision by the Commission that is based on the Article 6 of Regulation 178/2002 General Food Law, where it states that the risk management shall take into account the result of the risk assessment, and in particular the opinions of the authority and other factors legitimate to the matter under consideration, and the precautionary principle in order to achieve the general objective of the food law. So the Commission principally is based on the EFSA assessment, but there can be some cases in which it's possible that the Commission can take a risk management decision till there is a new assessment from EFSA. So whenever there is the publication of the EFSA opinion that is conclusive, that can be a favorable EFSA opinion or not favorable, the Commission can grant or deny the authorization. What happened when the publication, when the EFSA opinion is not conclusive? In agreement with the member state, there is it's given to the applicant the possibility to submit supplementary information in order to fill the gap for a not conclusive EFSA opinion, or the possibility to withdraw the request, and if the applicant agree to send supplementary information, a new application to submit supplementary information is needed. So a new document in ESPC need to be uploaded, and at that point the EC can issue a new mandate to EFSA to produce a new opinion. While if the applicant does not agree or does not withdraw the application, there will be a denial of the authorization. In any step of the when the dossier is submitted till the end of the process, the applicant can always withdraw the request if he wants. Here we have the different step of the management decision from the draft to the publication of the authorization or denial. So it is the Commission that prepare the draft regulation. Usually when there is an authorization, the first thing that is prepared is the annex, that is the core of the legislation, and then it is discussed with the member state delegation that are part of the working group animal nutrition, and the same person attend to the standing committee on plant, animals, and food and feed, the section animal nutrition. The Commission has an obligation to present the regulation, or at least the annex to the standing committee within the 3 months of the publication of the EFSA opinion. When we have the standing in the year, we have 5 standing committee and 5 working group. So the discussion are there is more or less each month a discussion on the draft regulation, and when the draft regulation is consolidated with the member state delegation, we send the draft for the intrasante and the inter-services consultation. In particular, we looking at the document of the legal services about this regulation. And then after the consultation, the draft is presented for the last time at the standing committee, and if for a vote, usually the PAF committee has a different section, and the section B is the one dedicated to the vote. The agenda and document, when possible to be published, are present in the comitology register. So it's possible to see what are the regulation that are discussing at the PAF level. And when we have the a regulation reach the qualified majority, few months after, we have the adoption by the Commission, that it takes a while, because in the meantime we have the translation the regulation in all the EU languages. And then soon after the adoption, we have the publication of the regulation in the official journal of the European Union. So this is a long journey that can take from 6-7 months to different years, because it depends from the difficulties that we are encountering in the authorization. For example, for some botanicals, we had problems with the presence of the substances of concern, so it was not easy to proceed with the proper way to proceed with the authorization, and as you will see later from the EFSA presentation, the difficulties to assess and to have a clear view of the safety of the substance to be authorized. And then so we have the publication of the the regulation. It is actually split in three parts: the recital, the act, and the annex. This you can see the annex, as seen before in the previous presentation, and what I would like to say that usually in the specification where we we maintain the specification provided by the applicant, and in addition we add the substances of concern, and then we usually we set the maximum content when there are the substances of concern. So the differences that we have seen in the previous presentation are due to the fact of the presence of the substances of concern, and are based, of course, on the EFSA. On the basis of the EFSA assessment, we decide if to put the maximum content or recommended comment, recommended level, maximum content or recommended content. In conclusion, it is up to the applicant to adequate and sufficiently demonstrate that the additive is compliant with the legislation about the renewal evaluation of flavoring. There is an ongoing work, especially for botanical. It is important to keep in mind the last deadline, that is July 2027, and to be compliant with the specification present in the dossier from 2020. While for the renewal of the flavoring, now we can talk about the renewal of the chemical defined flavoring, which many many dossiers related to chemical defined flavoring are expected next year. Then the risk management shall take into account the result of the risk assessment by EFSA, and lastly the discussion with the member state delegation and internal consultation are needed before the vote of the authorization at the Standing Committee on Plant, Animals, Food and Feed. And with this, I thank you for your attention, and thanks for the opportunity to speak in this interesting event.
Muchas gracias, Francesca.
Well, thank you very much, Francesca. Don't go away, because there's questions in the chat already, which we will read after we hear from Paola, who is back again this year. Thank you very much, Paola, for coming back. Thank you very much for the invitation to come back to Madrid.
For inviting EFSA, organizing this event. This is the first time that EFSA organized this event, which I think is very useful, and also for giving EFSA the opportunity to share the main issue and also the difficulties that the risk assessors are encountering when assessing flavorings, and particularly botanicals. I don't know if I can have the presentation on the screen. I don't know. We have to wait, but nevertheless, yesterday I had the opportunity to see Madrid in this Christmas time. It was really amazing, so thank you again for, for your invitation, because I really enjoyed, and I was surprised that a lot of people was in the street, a lot of Christmas lights, and this is perfect to enter in the period of the Christmas time, which is very, very nice. Okay, so I will try to provide information which is complementary to the one that was given by Alicia and by Francesca, and focus on the preparation of the EFSA opinion. So, my name is Paola Manini. I work for EFSA since 2009. I work in the Assess department, which is dealing with the assessment of mostly of regulated products. In the FIDCO team unit, which deals with feed additive and contaminant, and particularly in the feed team, which is supporting the activity of the feed up panel, which is assessing the feed additive. In the feed team, I am the scientific coordinator of the working group on feed flavoring, which is now dealing with the assessment of botanical mostly, because we have still something on the chemical, but the 99% of the time is with botanicals. So I will start with some slide on the role of EFSA and how works EFSA. Then I will spend only a few words on the re-evaluation with the status to complement what Alicia has already extensively presented. And then I will focus on botanicals with some important aspects on the characterization and mostly on the safety assessment, because you have heard that the presence of substances of concern is something that is really challenging and driving the assessment of botanicals. So EFSA was established in 2002 by the food law, and these are the reason why it was established: to improve the food safety system, to ensure the higher level of consumer protection, and also to restore and maintain the confidence that the consumer have in the EU food supply. And also there is the regulation clearly defined a separation from risk assessment and risk management. And then what EFSA does is to provide this scientific assessment, scientific advice to support the decision of risk manager. So we are not taking into account the reason that Francesca presented in the risk analysis, other factors, and also the difficulties that maybe the industry is encountering when putting in practice the authorization. So the risk assessment is independent, is mainly scientific and guided by scientific reasons. And then we are also providing risk communication. So together with Commission, EFSA is responsible for risk communication, and also promote scientific cooperation with the member state and with the agency or bodies that do this kind of activity. What EFSA does not is to develop policy and legislation for food and feed safety. EFSA does not adopt regulation or does not authorize new products. Also now our experts, they know, because in the beginning they say we should deny the authorization. No, we should not deny. We should only evaluate, and then Commission will take action based on the outcome of the assessment, and also is not entitled to enforce the food safety legislation. This is up to the member states and the Commission. So EFSA works with a system of scientific panel. There are the panel that is relevant for the feed additive is the feed up panel, and all the panel, the chair of the panel, also are member of the EFSA scientific committee, which is aimed at establishing horizontal guidances and rules that apply to the assessment of all the other EFSA panel. And within the regulated products, the one that can send to EFSA a request are first the European Commission, but also the Parliament, the Member State, but also EFSA in some cases has the possibility to do this, to ask herself to do a mandate, for example, in the case of the revision of the guidance document. So when there is a mandate, when the request is received, in the case of a dossier, the first step is a completeness check and validation, which is not up to our unit, but it is done by another unit, which is the front desk unit. Then when the dossier is validated and arrive, in the case of the flavorings, the dossier goes directly to the working group on feed flavoring, which work for the preparation of the opinion. Normally, a data set goes to the working group 2-3 times for discussion. The first time we check the data, we agree on the approach, then in the second discussion we check if the decisions are correctly implemented, and then maybe we have a third round because maybe the opinion has to wait a little bit before going to the plenary, and then before the plenary we do the final revision of the opinion. Then before sending the opinion to the panel, there is an internal review process which is done at the level of the unit. So colleagues of the unit, the team that are not involved in the working group are checking the opinion for consistency, for readability, and so on. And then when the opinion is ready, it is presented to the feed-up panel for discussion and adoption. And it is a risk assessment phase, which should take 6 months, starting from when the dossier is validated. There is the possibility to request additional information, but we will see that in the case of botanical, all these rules are not applied because we are working in a very strange system and we have to recreate the rule and adapt the rules that are available in EFSA to allow to proceed with the assessment of botanical. Then the opinion is published in the EFSA journal, and if needed, there is a communication that EFSA is also in the role of EFSA. Okay, so to go a little bit more in the way that we work in our team and working group, there is the FIT team. The FIT team work together with the working group. There are 5 horizontal working groups which deal with specific aspects of the preparation of the opinion, and then there are the 2 last working groups, the flavoring working group and the working group of nano, which are thematic working groups. So the opinion on flavoring doesn't go to the characterization, toxicology, environment maybe in some cases yes, but in general they don't go to the other working group, but they are prepared exclusively by the working group on feed flavoring. There are opinions that are prepared exclusively by the feed team if there is no need to consult the expert. This is not the case of the flavoring. Then when the opinion is done, it goes to the feed-up panel. The feed-up panel adopted this year 120 output, a lot of opinions, in 6 plenary meetings. So the opinion need to arrive to the feed-up panel in a very good shape, because otherwise it will be impossible to have this high number of adoption. But when looking at the working group on feed flavoring, it includes 3 panel members and 7 at the moment external experts. We have increased the number of experts because of the high workload, and then also we have included an expert in the read-across because there is a new guidance on read-across which is highly relevant for our work. So we try to cover all the expertise that is needed in the working group. The working group drafted the scientific opinion. This year we had 12 meetings, and also we celebrated in November the meeting number 200, which is a good success, but we had also a lot of output presented to the panel, so I think that all these meetings were really needed. I followed almost all these meetings. Probably I missed the very first one, but I was following as scientific officer all the opinion of the feed-up panel on flavoring since the beginning, the chemical and the botanical. And I committed with my line manager not to retire because before the process on botanicals is completed. So I will try to stay until the end of this process. Okay, so you see that this number have been presented by Alicia, so I will not enter on the chemical and the botanical. What it is important is to explain why the assessment of botanical was put on hold in 2010. Because I think that the data that were submitted at the time were not useful for a risk assessment. They were really incomplete, and it was clear since the beginning that a new dossier was needed. But we didn't know at the time what was needed to perform an assessment of botanical. And then there was this need to prioritize the chemical, because the chemically defined flavorings are component of botanical. Botanicals are mixture, so we started with the assessment on the individual component to use then the results in the assessment of botanical. Then it was clear that a new methodology were needed. So botanical are mixture, and it is clear that if we would have assessed the mixture as such, an infinite number of studies would be needed. But there was also the possibility to assess the mixture based on the individual component. But we needed a methodology because in 2010 the methodology did not exist. It was clear that the use of non-testing method was also needed, and also one of the main problems was how to address the presence of substances of concern. So at the time, we prudently decided to put the botanical on hold. Okay, so for the chemical flavoring, nothing to add, except that for the one compound that it is missing, which is on hold for anagenicity at the level of the FAF panel, the food panel, I checked with the colleague. They expect the data in December from EFA, from the food industry. So if everything goes well, maybe in the first quarter of 2026, they will be able to finalize the opinion for food, and then maybe we will follow. If the anagenicity is solved, then we will go ahead with the risk assessment and we will close this missing substance. And also for the last mixture of flavoring, the toasted cereal, we expect the submission of data in March, so I really hope that next year we will be able to close the reevaluation of chemical flavorings. Botanicals. We are not alone in EFSA assessing botanical. There are other areas where the botanical are assessed as contaminants, also are nutrition for food fortification. There are these food supplements which goes under this Article 8 of this regulation, but there are also the novel food, traditional food. There are food additive and flavoring of botanical origin. There are food contact material, there are the feed additive, and there are also plant production products which are botanicals. We are the first that started assessing the botanicals. So we are a little bit advanced compared to the other, but the other are now developing methodology and trying to start the assessment. There are difficulties. We try to align the assessment as much as possible, but of course, every area, the different area have different regulation and maybe different needs. Concerning this slide, I only would like to say that for botanicals, we are only assessing the use as flavoring. We are not assessing, in our opinion, other uses like medicinal uses, because we know we have now that are assessing tincture or extract. It is clear that some of these tincture of extract are used as veterinary medicine or with for medical purposes. So in our, this is not addressed in our opinion. We acknowledge if there is an EMA assessment, if there is something in the pharmacopoeia, but we are not commenting because we don't want to advertise this type of uses. Not to mislead, the claim is flavoring, and maybe for some of these substances now we are struggling with the efficacy because essential oil, it is clear that they flavor because they are made of flavoring substances, but for some of these extract of tincture, they are not mentioned in the Fenaroli or in the website of the food manufacturer. So in this case now we started asking proof of the efficacy as flavoring. Okay, so the reevaluation of botanical, it was a long journey. It started a long time ago with the submission of the dossier, and then they were put on hold, but already 10 years ago we started discussing with Fefana on how to assess botanicals, and we had an info session, and then we had several technical hearings, and then there was also this trilateral meeting with the Commission because about how to treat the presence of substances of concern, and then Commission asked EFSA not to stop at the level of the hazard, but to make a full risk assessment also in the presence of substances of concern. So in the meantime, the assessment was restarted. EFSA developed this guidance of mixture, which is the key document that allow us to apply this approach based on the safety of the component. And finally, in 2019, we published the first opinion on cardamom oil. Then we had to consult, to address the request to assess substances of concern, we consulted twice the EFSA Scientific Committee because we have to apply the principle and the concept that are in the Scientific Committee guidance, and we don't want to deviate. So before to develop this feed-up general approach, which explain how to assess additive which contain genotoxic compound, we discussed it twice with the EFSA Scientific Committee, and we had some advice for them. And then the last steps are in February 2025. Following the request of Fefana, all the remaining dossier of BDG were validated. And also we had the final list of additives with some additional withdrawal. And July 2027, as explained already by the previous speaker, is the last deadline for applicant to submit the data set to EFSA for the reevaluation of botanicals. So we have a date for the end. I expect 1 year more from the side of the EFSA panel, but I expect that all the reevaluation of botanical can be handled by the current feed-up panel, to avoid that maybe another panel has to be trained on this exercise, which is really complicated. And then, yes, here, From our point of view, we have assessed the authorized maybe are a little bit less, but from the point of view of the assessment that are finalized, in the last plenary, we reached the 50%. So we evaluated 82 additives. We have a final number after the withdrawal, which is for me 163. So 82 have been finalized. Some opinion contain multiple additives, like tincture of different qualities. So in reality, the additives that we have evaluated are a little bit more. We are working on 22 additives. We have already in-house the data set, and we are still waiting the data for 59 additives. So this is the figure that I have from my database. And you see, this is the status BDG by BDG. There are BDG that are closed. There are BDG, you see that there are 20 dossiers, which include from 1 up to 41 additives, for 40 in the beginning. The largest one is the BDG1, which now, after the withdrawal, contains 29 additives. The problem was also administrative, how to manage a dossier which contained data for 29 or 30 additives. Because we have the mandate and initial FSAQ at the level of the BDG. So there is only one mandate for the BDG1, which is the largest group. And also, when we restarted the dossier and we requested the information, we requested at the level of the BDG. And also the URL report will be done at the level of the BDG. But to make it possible for the applicant to submit the data and for the assessor to evaluate the data, we decided to accept the submission of data additive by additive. So when they have a package for a full additive, they are allowed to submit it. And then also the EFSA opinion will be for that additive. We have to create this mechanism of the split. So when the opinion is almost done, we split, we take out the additive from the original mandate, we generate another FSAQ, and we can proceed of the adoption, but we need the URL report. So the URL report should be only one. They cannot split, but they accepted to prepare partial report. So for the BDG1, for example, they've already done 2 partial reports. Maybe we need another one. And this allows us to keep the opinion on hold when are ready for a limited time, because otherwise the assessment of the BDG1 will take probably 3 or 4 years, and we need to adopt maybe 30 opinions in one plenary, which is not the case. So we had to adapt all the procedure, because now also we have new system to monitor the process of the evaluation by EFSA, and these botanicals are really put into crisis all the system. And the colleague by RAL, they asked me, but what are you doing? How can I track these BDGs? So we need to be creative also from the administrative point of view. And we need to respect, now I'm going to the assessment, and for the assessment, we are following a lot of guidance documents. The guidance, the sectorial feed-up guidance document. You see that 2 of them, the one on characterization and target species, in the last plenary, it was agreed that they will be reviewed starting from next year. And then also the horizontal guidance that the EFSA Scientific Committee has developed. Most of these guidance are foreseen for revision or are currently under revision. Particularly the guidance of botanical, which is dated to 2009, is foreseen for revision soon. But the one that is really very important is the one on genotoxicity. There are several documents on genotoxicity. They are already under revision, and the issue of the mixture will be one of the most topic. You will see why, which need to be further discussion and probably revision. And then there are interesting tools. I will focus only on the EFSA Compendium of Botanical, which is also included in the EFSA guidance on botanical as a tool, as an instrument. This has been updated in May 2025 and is now very useful to identify potential substances of concern in the feed additive. Okay. The first point, I think that Alicia already explained which are the data that they are collecting from the companies to characterize the additive. This is really the key pillar, and this is really what the working group on feed additive really want to have accurate and the best data as possible. So we need to identify the plant, the part, the origin, and so on. We need a very good characterization, qualitative and quantitative, of the mixture. We say as reasonably achievable, because it is not always easy to characterize botanical. We need consolidated specification for the representative component. We need a phytochemical marker. We need a range of variation from batches which support the proposed specification. We need identification of group and constituent, and possibly, if possible, for essential oil diseases, but not for other additive, we need the identification of the individual component. And then, together with the analytical data, the FIDAP panel requests the applicant to provide a literature search to ensure that the data on the composition are complete and representative, and also to identify the possible presence of substances of concern, because if they are present in the plant, they could be also in the additive, but not necessarily, because the extraction method play a role. And then all these requirements are in line with the guidance of botanical, which is old, but it is still applicable. We have, at the moment, the additive include that we are evaluating. We had 54 essential oil, 50 were already been finalized, 2 are under assessment, and we are missing only 2. We started working a lot on tincture. We have 62 tincture, 24 have been finalized. We are working, the dossier that we received are mostly on tincture. And then there are extracts. The extracts are quite complicated. We have 32 according to the data, and we have finalized only 5, but we are working on some of them. And the oleoresin, I think that these are the most complicated additive. We have evaluated only 3 until now, but we will do in the next year. Why I put the distinction? Because the extraction method really has an impact on the composition and the analytical method that are needed for the full characterization. For essential oil, one method, gas chromatography with FID detector, the flame ionization detector, or the mass spectrometry, is sufficient to have a full characterization of the additive. But for the other, tincture, extract, oleoresin, you need a combination of methods, including spectrophotometry, chromatography, but also in some cases proximate analysis. And when you sum up the results of the different techniques, you cannot sum up directly because they are not really, it is not really possible. So in this case, we don't aim at 100% characterization because it is meaningless when you sum up an analysis from different methods. But what we clarified with Fefana since the beginning is that any reasonable effort should be done to characterize this extract. Reasonable, not impossible. And then it's important to integrate the prior knowledge which come from literature searches, the monograph, and also maybe the compendium, to identify maybe the substances, the classes of substances that are present that could be present in the additive. There is the pharmacopoeia with the commentary, which are very useful because they provide a detailed characterization of the different classes of compound that are present in the plant. And then these classes have to be addressed possibly by the method of analysis. You see that if you look at the characterization, it's very small, but in this table with the GC or FADOMS, you can reach easily the 99% of the composition of an essential oil. But when you go to an extract, you have maybe proximate analysis, and then you have compounds that are made by photometry, other compounds that are analyzed by HPLC with UV, other compounds that are analyzed by GCMS. But what it is important is that the different classes are addressed and possibly the major component of the classes are identified. And the substances of concern should be particularly addressed. So the characterization is really an important point. Then we go to the risk assessment. And here, the risk assessment, according to the EFSA, but everywhere, it is a knowledge that is based on the hazard, identification, characterization. Then there is a part which is the exposure assessment, and then they are combined in the characterization of the risk. So for the hazard characterization, identification and characterization, I already mentioned that literature searches are very important. There is a lot of literature on botanicals because maybe they are aimed at beneficial effects, but for the characterization at least it is helpful. There is the EFSA Compendium of Botanical. I prepared a few slides to show you a little bit, and then also the information in the dossier. For the toxicological evaluation, we try to be aligned as much as possible with all the other panel and unit in EFSA. So the approach is common. The aim first is to assess the genotoxicity of the preparation of the additive of the compounds. And then the aim of the toxicological evaluation is to derive a reference point which can be used to assess the safety. Could be an observed adverse effect level, a BMDL10, a point below which we know that there are no adverse effects. But there are, of course, differences across the different areas. For example, we have to evaluate consumer, workers, animals, which is peculiar from for the feed panel, and also to evaluate the safety for the environment. Maybe for food additive, there is only the consumer. The key point is the consumer. For us, it is one of the aspects, but those that are really exposed directly to the additive are the animal. The consumer only indirectly. The nature of the compound. Flavorings normally are not are substances which are not very toxic, like the novel food, whereas maybe pesticides are substances that are intended to have a direct effect to kill the parasites or and then they are expected to be active. And then also the data requirement. In the case of flavoring in food and feed, we have a very poor data set normally, okay? And this was accepted also in the evaluation of chemical flavorings, whereas, for example, in the case of pesticides, they have a high demand of toxicological data by the regulation. So we are facing different situations, but nevertheless, we try to apply the common methodology. And the challenge, I think, that is the same across EFSA, because naturally doesn't mean safe, necessarily means safe. I think that in the beginning, when in 2017 we discussed with Commission and FEFANA about the fact that 30% of additive contains substances of concern, I think that Alicia today told 40%. So if you look deeply into the composition of botanical, it is very likely that we will find a substance of concern for genotoxicity and maybe carcinogenicity. And also, for example, we had to work a lot with this group of parallel alkoxybenzenes, which are metallugenol, estragol, safrole. We had furocumarins in citrus species. And also, these substances maybe are in the plant and may be extracted during the manufacturing process. So we want to ensure that the manufacturing process does not result in an enrichment of these substances. But they are unavoidable. I mean, also if you develop method that to reduce the concentration, I think that it is impossible to reduce them to zero. So the guidances that we are applying are the guidance on genotoxicity. This is the EFSA strategy, which include endpoint, in vitro, in vivo methods, and we are fully applying this one. But the other one, which is highly relevant for botanicals, is the guidance on mixture. All these guidance are currently under revision, and I think that the issue of the botanical will be discussed also very soon. Because if you look at the guidance on mixture, this guidance tell that all the component for fully defined mixture is fully characterized, so you know all the components. You first should assess all the components using all the available information, so not necessarily to test them experimentally. You can use also Q-SAR analysis, read across reliable and relevant literature, genotoxicity data generated according to the EFSA strategy, so to apply this component-based approach. And if the outcome is that the mixture does not contain a genotoxic chemical substance, the mixture is of no concern for genotoxicity, hopefully. But in many cases, if the mixture contains one substance or more that are individually assessed to be genotoxic in vivo, not in vitro, so in vivo, via relevant route of administration, which for us means the oral route, the mixture raises a concern for genotoxicity. So we have a lot of, for all the additives which contain metallugenol and estragol, this is the case. The mixture raises a concern for genotoxicity. Then, if the mixture is not fully characterized, first you need to assess the components that have been characterized, and then eventually test the part that is not characterized of the whole mixture for genotoxicity. But I think that the identification usually occurs at the level of the component when the analytical work is done. The guidance recommended the use of state-of-the-art analytical technique to have to be able to detect and quantify constituent at the LOD LOQ, so that we should use methods that are powerful. The guidance also say that it is not possible to establish a generic cutoff to establish to accept a fraction of an identified constituent. And also you see that if you are dealing with a mixture of botanical origin, it is quite easy to identify the component by GCMS, but when you go to the tincture and the extract, there are secondary metabolites which are identified by HPLC, and there is a fraction of the dry matter content which remain uncharacterized. However, usually, this unidentified fraction is largely accounted by primary metabolites, which are sugar, fiber, they are nutrients, which are normally excluded from the assessment. So the assessment of this mixture has to be evaluated based on the secondary metabolite and particularly on the substances of concern. And information on the potential presence of these substances of concern in the plant can be achieved from the EFSA compendium, from the monograph, or from the open literature, which is what the applicant is usually doing. They provide its literature search, and they normally identify all the substances that are potentially present. This guidance is very difficult to apply to botanical because botanical are complex mixture, and then also they contain hundreds of compounds. So we make already wide use of QSAR analysis. These are in silico method which allow you to predict if the substance is genotoxic or not based on the comparison of this structure with other substances of similar structure. So this is already implemented, and also the read across is already widely implemented. We have now an expert in the field to ensure that we are doing the proper job. And also these mixtures sometimes contain, especially the tincture, the extra substances which are antioxidant at low level but became pro-oxidant at higher level depending on the concentration. When you look at the genotoxicity of the substances, you look at the pure substance. You don't take into consideration matrix effect that probably occur in a food or in a mixture of botanical origin. They are completely ignored. And this is under discussion. This will be a topic for discussion in the revision of the guidance. And then you have to know that there is a background exposure to these substances already in the diet because all these metal-eugenol, estro-metal-eugenol is in pesto alla genovese, in basil. We have a star anise when we do this infusion tea. We are already consuming this type of substances. So another problem is that the EFSA does not apply any threshold for genotoxic compound. So it could be 3%, 6%, like in some oil, or it would be 0.0003%, and it doesn't make any difference. If it is present, we have a concern for genotoxicity. The guidance foresee the application of the margin of exposure for contaminants. It is a procedure which allows you to, for contaminant, to accept low percentages of these impurities with genotoxic properties, or maybe the concept of the threshold of toxicological concern. So for contaminants, or undesirable substances, if this margin of exposure, we will see what is the margin of exposure in a few minutes, if the margin is very large, we don't expect, or if the exposure is very low, below this threshold of the toxicological concern, there is a low concern for public health. And in this case, the guidance allows to proceed with the risk characterization. If this is not the case, so if not, what the guidance say is to stop at the level of the hazard. So for food additive, novel food at the moment, if these substances are present, they don't go ahead with the risk assessment. They stop unless they are considered impurities. But in the case of botanical, they are minor constituents, not impurity. In the case of feed additive, following the request of the European Commission, we are extending this approach that has been developed for contaminant also for constituent of mixture of botanical origin. So we are proceeding with a full risk assessment, but we are at the moment the only one, okay? And this is relevant for the assessment of the target animal safety. And then the question is, genotoxic are minor component or impurity? This is also to be discussed in the revision of the guidance. Okay, I want to show you a little bit of this compendium, which has been updated in May last year. They made a huge work, literature search. They identified more than 2 million scientific articles for more than 2,700 plant species to retrieve data on the plant composition, adverse effects, and genotoxicity. And they also created a page where you can look for the substances. So they identified more than 1,500 substances of potential concern based on more than 1 million scientific articles. They identified this for 400 substances. There are data on toxicity and genotoxicity. And they also integrated some prediction, user prediction in the tool for the other substances, but only when the prediction made by different models gave consistent results. This is intended only for hazard identification. It doesn't mean that if in a plant there is a substance, the plant raises a concern. The concern has to be evaluated in the risk assessment. But this is a powerful tool to check if the plant you are interested in may contain the substances of concern. If the plant contain these substances of concern, then analytical data are needed to show maybe if the substance is absent, because it could be that the extraction method does not extract the substance, or if it is present, to provide the concentration that then will be used in the risk assessment. Okay, so this is the database. There is the plant page. You can filter with the name of the plant, the family, the substance. And then there is the first part, you will retrieve the publication on the plant composition. In the second part, where adverse effects are reported for the plant, and also in the last part, the publication on the genotoxicity. And then there is also the list of the substances with toxicological data, and then you can select these substances and go to the substances. And also here, you can also, at this level, you can select the substance. And then we will have all the publication which point you to the adverse effect and the genotoxicity data for the plant, and also if there are reliable QSAR prediction, also to the prediction. So this compendium went live in May 2025. It will be updated on not every day, but I hope that the scientific committee will also find the resources to regularly update this. I can say that in the past, the last version was not really powerful, but now I saw that the new compendium is much more aligned with the literature searches that the applicant is provided. So the identification of substances of concern is correct. I mean, it is more powerful. Okay, I think that I have still some time to show you some example. This is the guidance, the 2019 guidance on mixture, the pillar of our assessment, because it provides an harmonized framework for human, animal, eco risk assessment for all the steps of the risk assessment. And then define the whole mixture and component-based approach, define these concepts of tiering. So maybe the tiering, you can do an assessment based on the data available and the requirement, but there is also the possibility to make a second tier with more data. And then there are these, particularly for the component-based approach, there is this concept of grouping of chemicals, which is really what we are applying in the majority of the opinion. Okay, so we start first with a simple approach, the whole mixture approach. In the whole mixture approach, the mixture is treated as a single chemical. And then we can be applied maybe to complex mixture. If there are unknown, this could be useful. And then if we have data on the toxicity of the mixture, or maybe tolerance studies done with the mixture, we can use and we can apply the whole mixture approach. It's the same as when we have an additive, which is a single substance. In the botanical, up to now, we have a limited application of this approach to botanicals. Because, it has some advantages because it is the standard approach that is applied in chemical risk assessment. It has an holistic approach. It considers the mixture as a whole, so maybe it considers also potential interaction among the components. But the main problem is that it could work for general toxicity, but it doesn't work for genotoxicity because the guidance on genotoxicity clearly say that first you have to assess the genotoxicity of the individual compound. Okay, so what we do, we check if there are toxicological data or tolerance study with the mixture under assessment. Yes, if there are, we can use and proceed with the assessment according to the guidance on the safety for the target species, the FIDAP guidance. If there are no this data, we ask ourselves, there are data available for similar mixture? If yes, is read across possible? Is the mixture sufficiently similar to do read across, so to use the data for a mixture that has been tested for the mixture for the additive under assessment? If it is possible, we go and we use the data for our additive. If not, maybe more data are needed or a different approach, the component-based approach, has to be applied. We had specific data only in few cases. We had a tolerance study for an oil of oregano in 2019, I think. And then there were a 90-day study done with quebracho extract, because quebracho was intended not only for feed additive, but also for another use. So they submitted to EFSA the data that they generated for quebracho, for the additive, for another scope. And data for similar mixture we have used again for oregano, because there is a good 90-day study published. We use for ginger and turmeric oil, but only in few cases. What means a similar mixture? So this is the case of this oregano. We compare the composition of the oil, which is the oil A, tested in the toxicity study, and the oil under assessment. They are more or less similar. They are different, but the different are accounted by structurally related compounds which are expected to have a similar profile. For example, if you sum up the carvacrol and the thymol, the percentage is similar. And then the oil was well characterized, and in this extract, no substances of concern for genotoxicity were identified. So we applied the read across from the oil that was tested in the publication to the additive that was an oregano oil that was submitted not by Fefana, but an independent applicant. And the same we did with ginger oil and turmeric oil. But the majority of the additives are assessed based on this component-based approach. So we need that the mixture is well characterized, because for essential oil, this is the case. And then the approach is based on the fact that the prediction of the toxicity of the mixture is based on the combined toxicity from the toxicity of the individual component. So what we do, we take all the list of the components, we allocate to the Kramer class of toxicity, which is a screening purpose, but it is important. Then we need information on the genotoxic potential, the DME of the component. Most of them are authorized flavoring or similar compounds, so they are accounted by the consideration made in opinion of the CDG. And then we look for the reference point, so this Noel value or point which ensure us that below them there is the toxicity, there is no toxicity. And then this approach that we have developed and targeted for botanicals is also applicable when there are compounds of concern present in the mixture. And this is widely applied to botanicals. I see only pros with this approach, because it is the one that also the guidance indicate as preferred, and this is more general applicable and allow to generalize the conclusion, because we are taking always the highest concentration of each component, so we can cover also the range of variability in the additive. And the most important one, it is allowed the reuse of data and the reduced generation of animal data. I'm very proud to say that up to now, we have not requested one animal new study generated for the purposes of the reevaluation of botanical. Okay, so we are making maybe the approach is not perfect, we have some uncertainty, it could be that in some cases we will discover that we are wrong, but in the majority of cases I think that we are, with our conservatism, I think that we are on the safe side. So the components are grouped into assessment group. We have not invented anything. We take the grouping as defined in the regulation, the different chemical group as they are, because the grouping in the regulation was based on the chemical and metabolic similarity. Then, at the level of the group, within each group, we try to identify if there is a reference point for each component, an OAL, for example, no adverse effect level, and if there is an OAL, we take it. If there is no OAL, we check if read across is possible within this group from other components that have an OAL. And in some cases, yes, we do read across. For example, linalol and linalol acetate, if we have an OL for linalol, we apply also to the acetate. So we are now became more flexible in the read across, and we have also this new expert which allow us with the tool to support the read across. But if could be that the read across is not possible, in this case we take the TTC. The TTC identify very low NOAL for each classes of compounds, so it is very conservative, but it allows us to go ahead with the assessment. Then on the exposure side, we do the calculation of the exposure, the intake for each component, for the animal, for each target species. We take the maximum use level in feed. We take the maximum percentage of the component. If the component, and this is a novelty from 2000, I think, 24, if the component is included in the specification, we take the highest specified value, because in this way, every additive with this specification will be covered by the assessment. Otherwise, we have to go back to the assessment because we took the highest analyzed, but as if the specification was higher, the commission asked after, but what happened if the component is present at the higher specification? So now it is integrated. And then we take the daily intake, so we have a value expressed as milligram per kilogram body weight per day, the same unit as the NOAL. And then we combine in the risk characterization. With this margin of exposure, what is the margin of exposure? Is the comparison between the reference point, so the NOAL, the level from the toxicological study at which there are no adverse effects, and the exposure. So it is a ratio, a number. But we need to, if the number is higher than 100, it means that we are on the safe side. Or maybe in the case of substances of concern, we need a little bit higher MOE. But we need to apply also the group assessment, because we are calculating for each individual component, but within a group, we have to perform the dose addition according to the guidance. So we sum up all the components in one group, and there is this MOET, or combined margin of exposure, which is calculated with this formula. It is the reciprocal of the sum of the reciprocal. Difficult to say, but it is it's simple in an Excel file. It's very simple to apply. And then we can apply the dose addition. And if the outcome is that the MOE is 100, higher than 100, which 100 is needed to apply the famous uncertainty factor for interspecies and intraspecies, because we are not applying uncertainty factor, but we are evaluating the magnitude of the MOE. So for standard compounds, 100 is sufficient. If the compounds are of concern for genotoxicity, for carcinogenicity, maybe we need a higher factor, which is 10,000. So if the MOE is sufficiently wide, this is the end of the assessment. If it is lower, what can we do? We can refine the assessment. What we usually do, we don't ask for more data on the ASA because they are very difficult to be generated. We are lowering the use level. If you lower the use level, the intake will be lower, and then the ratio will be higher. Okay, so Fofana already understood the process, so maybe when they are submitting the use level in feed, they are already reducing proactively the use level in feed in order to ensure that the margin of exposure is higher than 100 for standard component, and if they are of concern for genotoxicity, maybe higher than 10,000 for long-living animals. This was the first opinion on cardamom oil. You see that we have only one group is shown, the CG6. We have the maximum concentration in the oil. We calculated the daily intake of the animal, and then we sum up the daily intake. We have the NOAL. You see that we have NOAL only for two compounds, terpineol and linalol, and then there was the read across for done to all the compounds that were considered structurally similar. The one in bold are the NOAL for the compound, the other are the read across. And then we calculate the individual MOE, which are very high, but when you sum up with the formula that I showed you before, it is higher than 800, so for this group, no problem. It is an exercise that we are repeating many times, so at the beginning it looked a little bit strange, but now also the expert of the feed-up panel became familiar with it. What happens if there are substances of concern? This is staranisol, which challenges us a lot, together with a group of substances similar, which contain in the specification these substances. So you see that for long-living animal, the proposed use level in feed are already very low. We have 0.6 for laying hens, 1 for sows, dairy cow. The initial use level were much higher, but Fofana knows knows the approach. They are owner of the approach, so they reduce proactively the concentration, because As it is explained in the feed-up approach for botanicals, this will be integrated in the revision of the new guidance on the safety for the target species. Now it is a standalone document, but it will be integrated. For long-living and reproductive animal, genotoxicity and carcinogenicity are relevant endpoints. So dogs and cats, you know that they can develop cancer because most of them die for this reason. And therefore, we are treating them like human. We need to ensure that the margin of exposure, if the margin of exposure is higher than 10,000, the concern is low, so the probability of risk is low. And then now we conclude that it is very unlikely that the use of the additive will induce adverse effect during their lifetime. This is not the case of short-living animals, because they are species for fattening, they don't live enough long to develop cancer, and therefore, in this case, we are happy if the margin of exposure is, as for standard component, higher than 100. And in this case, we conclude that there is no concern, okay? This was a very complicated issue, and I would like to thank the Commission for all the effort that we spent a lot of time discussing also with the Member State about this wording low concern. Because for the risk manager, it was not clear the meaning of the wording low concern that is associated in the feed-up assessment with this margin of exposure higher than 10,000 for long-living animal. They wanted to have expressed it in terms of the likelihood that the use of the additive with genotoxic and carcinogenic property would have adverse effect on animal health. So this was a request. We tried to talk with the Member State, but nevertheless, at the end, the Commission sent us a request, and then there was a discussion in the feed-up panel in November 2024, and there is the link of the minute, and the panel clarified that following the terminology of the EFSA statement, the use of the additive is considered low concern if the margin of exposure is higher than 10,000, and then consequently, this is explanation of the feed-up panel, the panel considers very unlikely that the use of the feed additive will induce adverse effect during the lifetime of long-living target species. Because there were 6 or 7 opinions, I think, that were on hold at the level of the discussion of the risk manager because they couldn't reach an agreement because they needed an explanation of the meaning of this wording. Moreover, this topic was brought also to the attention of the EFSA Scientific Committee because they are reviewing the guidance on the MOE. And then now in the statement that was published last summer, there is also this explanation reported. So we have the blessing of the EFSA Scientific Committee on the wording of this included in EFSA opinion. And the 7 opinions have been reviewed and republished in March 2025. And I think that now I hope that the authorization process will be finalized. Okay, the last case, because we were dealing with the additives that are essential oil, but now we are dealing with the tincture and extract. So in tincture and extract, we have a lot of primary metabolites with ash, protein, sugar, they are nutrients. And these compounds are excluded from the assessment. We are not doing a safety assessment of these substances. Then we concentrate on biologically active compounds, the so-called secondary metabolite, which are determined by spectrophotometric method and HPLC method. And within, we have mostly, it's likely that we see that there are some non-phenolic organic acid, like chemic acid, and so on, and hydroxycinnamic acid. We decided not to enter into a quantitative risk assessment of these substances because these are substances that are present in high concentration in food and feed. So we decided, unless maybe in few cases exceptional, we decided not to assess in a quantitative way. We concentrate on the fraction of polyphenol, which is the major class, including flavonoids, when we have identification of this compound at the individual level, we can try to use NOAEL and read across, so reference value from toxicological studies, maybe from similar substance. If they are not identified, and this is the case of some tincture, what we can do is apply the threshold of toxicological concern, so a very conservative approach at the group level. But nevertheless, we try always to conclude. We try not to be inconclusive, in our opinion, not to give the burden to the Commission to ask for complementary information and to perform a second assessment. So we try, maybe if the TTC is applied, is very conservative, and the proposed level are not, cannot be considered safe. We know that maybe they could be safe if they would provide us better data. But if these data are not available, what we can do, we can say this level is not safe, but maybe a lower level is safe, and we calculate the lower level. And then great attention is on the safety of substances of concern for genotoxicity, and we apply the same approach that we have seen for essential oil. For long-living animal and reproductive animal, the margin of exposure should be higher than 10,000, and for short-living animal, higher than 100, and we say that there is no concern. Very last thing, because I'm also very proud of this thing, because we have focused on the target animal safety, but there are also the consumer. Usually we don't have data on tissue and residuals because there are no tolerance studies behind the evaluation of flavoring. So what we also, the generation of residue data also depend on the LOD, LOQ of the method. And then what we know that these essential oil are also added to food and for flavoring purposes. So we don't expect that there is an increase. So we have worked for all flavorings based on the assumption that the individual component, they are prone to metabolism in the target animals, so they are extensively metabolized, and they are not expected to accumulate in tissue and product. Then we apply the same assumption to this methylugenol, estragol, and safrole based on the data that are available in laboratory animal. But the experts were a little bit reluctant on this. So we had the possibility to invest some money for a case study on NAMS and his new assessment methodology to fill, which is a project to fill the data gaps that are available, that are present in the risk assessment. In our case, it was the data gap was the ATME data and the residue data, and particularly for mixture. So what we did was this project. So in this project, in vitro data were generated for this parallel coxybenzene, estragol, methylugenol, safrole, myristicin, and elemicin in selected target species, and they took the cells, the liver cell, pig, chicken, bovine, and cat, the cat because it is a special animal, and then the data were compared with the data available in rodent and humans. This was aimed at testing the difference metabolic competence across the species. In particular, we were interested in cats, and also to see if there were interaction with the other component of the mixture. We try to combine this component with other terpenes that are present normally in essential oil. And also, but the main aim was to use the data generated in vitro to combine with this physiologically based kinetic model to predict if there is a carryover of these substances of their metabolites to the tissue and product of animal origin. But the results indicated that the carryover is very limited and negligible, and this is due to the rapid elimination and the decline of the concentration in edible tissue. So these results reinforce the assumption that we are doing, in our opinion, and the safety for the consumer when these substances of concern for genotoxicity are present. And I think that now we are citing the results of this study in the conclusion of the safety for the consumer. And the results are publicly available, and there is the link here. So this is the conclusion. So we have this reevaluation of feed additive, which, particularly botanical origin, 30% or even more include substances of concern for genotoxicity. The assessment is always made on a limited data set. I explained, I hope it was clear, that the characterization of the additives really play a key role in the assessment. And the presence of substances of concern is crucial for the approach selected, because we need to select which approach and which margin of exposure apply. We are making a wide reuse of data available for the individual component or even similar mixture, only a few cases, but it is also a possibility. And I already anticipated you that of the almost 100 additives already evaluated, because there are also the other which are not in the finalist. They have been evaluated without asking specifically for a single animal study. And then this is because these not testing methods are now widely applied. So the in silico model for the prediction of endpoint of toxicity, in particularly mutagenicity, the read-across, which is based on expert judgment, but also now supported by computational tool as foreseen in the guidance, and also the use of new methodologies to fill the data gap and inform the risk assessment. I think that this is the end. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I went a little bit longer.
Yes, so Alicia, could you come up here? Because we have received quite a few questions through the chat. And my colleague Alvaro has the questions that have come in through the chat. And those of you who are in the room, just raise your hand so you can get a microphone and ask your questions. And Francesca, I guess, is there as well. Great. So Francesca and Almudena. Hello, Almudena. Great. Go ahead.
In English, the first questions are the English ones. Catherine from ProEquine Limited asks, which herbs were included in the herbal mixture used in the tolerance trials?
Okay, yes. No herbs.
No.
In the herbal mixture, it was composed only with chemically defined substances.
Okay. Another one, how are we expected to prove the intended use as a flavoring instead as earlier mentioned by Paola Malini? It was explained that some substances have multiple uses, but manufacturers need to prove if the additive is being used for the purpose of flavoring.
Yeah, if they want the proof of the use of flavoring, if a plant or its preparation are acknowledged, for example, in the Fenaroli, which is this handbook of flavoring manufacturers, and this is a sort of Bible, we accept it as a proof of flavoring purposes. But if there are no studies or maybe no literature which prove the use of flavoring, now I think that we need to have a demonstration that the use of the additive is able to impart a flavor not to water but to a food or feed matrix. So what the approach that now has been proposed by applicant is to do some triangle test I think that the opinion on ginkgo has been already published. So they could show that the addition of the additive to a food matrix, because a feed matrix is very difficult, and also human panelists have to do the test because we cannot do in animals because we are not able to train the animal to do it. So in this case, they can prove that the flavor, the panelists are able to distinguish if the additive is present or not. Another possibility is to improve the palatability of the feed, if the claim is palatability. And in this case, animal studies are possible.
Next one in English also. It's from Paco from Crea Aromatic. Why are flavoring molecules authorized with a specific origin, chemical synthesis, natural extraction? If it is the same molecule, why aren't both origins allowed?
Francesca, Almudena.
I think it's because the applicant explained that the manufacturing method has two possibilities, one from a plant origin, another from chemical synthesis, and we always request by regulation 429 to describe the manufacturing process. And even if it is the same additive, we put it both origins. And we have realized, in fact, that some of the chemical authorized feed additive that have some origins from plant, and now we have to revise because there is the possibility to find substances of concern. So this is important to clarify in authorization what are the manufacturing methods, and it's also very important if it is produced from a plant, then it needs to be described. Even if it's the same substances with the same purity, because it may have impact on the safety of the additive. There are others that is not the case, but we have in any case to define the manufacturing process in the authorization.
We had a recent case, for example, one important substance is anethol. Anethol from chemical synthesis, the impurity is the cis-anethol. If you have the anethol which is derived from staranisol, for example, or from other oil which contain higher concentration of anethol, it is likely that estragol is present. So we need to know if estragol is present, because if it's present, we want to have a quantitative risk assessment, and maybe the wording in the conclusion has to be different. Okay? To take into account particularly this, because in reality, when you have it is a mini mixture enriched in anethol, but maybe there are still some secondary metabolites of the plant, and we need to assess them carefully.
And the last question in English is, eugenol is produced industrially through natural extraction, but it has been authorized as being of synthetic chemical synthesis origin. So, can it not be marketed for feed?
Yeah, it can be marketed for feed only what is authorized. So it's very easy. You get authorization, you look what is authorized, and then you market. If it's not what is authorized, you cannot market.
Okay. Indeed, there is someone in the chat who says, who replies this person and says, eugenol is authorized from chemical synthesis or by the extraction from cloves or cloves oil.
Yes. Then you can use it following this specification. If it's another plant, another issue, then you cannot place on the market.
Okay, and now we have some in Spanish, and I changed my view.
Hello. If the maximum recommended content exceeds by 100 times the allowed level, do you have to label the pre-mixture, or can you label the feed only? Well,
complicated to respond now. You say that if the maximum recommended level exceeds 100 times, well, if the maximum recommended level exceeds 100 times, I presume you refer to complementary feed?
So.
This is what I understand. I understand that if you exceed in 100 times the maximum recommended dose, is because you are using it in a complementary feed. I understand.
Another one.
Another question also in Spanish. How do you calculate the maximum level for every substance of concern? Could you give us an example? Will there be general regulations for these substances of concern?
In Spanish, but this is a very critical question, because if there are substances of concern for genotoxicity, we cannot calculate in principle a safe level. But we can check if the level that it is present in one additive is this margin is sufficiently wide, but we cannot calculate back the level that would. So they do, maybe the applicant, they propose a level because they know how we do the assessment. So the intake of the animal should be there should be a margin between this value that we take for a reference point and the intake of the animal. So, but this cannot be written somewhere in a document. It's very complicated and sensitive topic because we are dealing with substances which are of concern for genotoxicity and carcinogenicity. So, in principle, the level of these substances in food and feed should be as low as reasonably achievable as possible. The aim of is to ensure that the lower level goes to the animal and consequently also to humans, because if the level are low in the animal, are lower in the human. And maybe if there are manufacturing processes that could reduce the level, this is always welcome. But in any case, to pass the risk assessment, there should be this margin. So the level should be proactively reduced to a level that which ensure that this 10,000 is applied.
Y la última en español es una...
The last one in Spanish, it's two questions actually for Paola Manini. The assessment of genotoxic molecules in botanical extracts should be done taking into account the very low level of uptake of these additives, less than 0.01% in the great majority of cases in complete animal feed, so as to assess the real risk for them. Also, is there some model that will allow us to predict the pass-through of these genotoxic molecules to meat, dairy, fish, and eggs? This is possible in order to assess, this is necessary in order to assess the real risk for consumers based on nutritional habits.
Okay, this is another complex topic.
Este es otro tema muy complejo, porque como decía, no tenemos datos sobre el residuo que nos permitan afirmar eso. Sobre todo si están presentes en los piensos en concentraciones muy bajas, te harían falta métodos analíticos súper sensibles para poderlo detectar, y yo creo que en todos los casos estarían por debajo del umbral de detección, y por eso hemos llevado a cabo este proyecto para utilizar estos modelos in silico que también funcionan con concentraciones muy bajas para modelizar la transferencia físico-química a través de todos los compartimentos del animal y poder predecir la concentración que podría estar en un compartimento concreto. Yo creo que esa es la única posibilidad, el utilizar este tipo de modelos, porque al principio nos planteábamos pedirle a, no sé, que hicieran estudios de tolerancia con datos sobre residuo o contenido residual, pero para eso habría que administrar concentraciones muy altas para que se pudiera detectar, e incluso en esos casos la concentración probablemente sería baja porque pensamos que los metaboliza muy rápidamente el animal y por lo tanto no pensamos que haya riesgo para los consumidores, sobre todo puesto que ellos mismos también están expuestos a estas sustancias a niveles bastante altos. Okay, any questions in the room?
Almudena. Almudena first? Almudena?
Almudena? Yeah.
But, this question of labeling, in all the flavorings, if you exceed the recommended level, whatever is 100 times or 1 time the maximum recommended level established, you have to label in the premixers and also the compound feed, whatever is complementary feed or not. So this is the rule, and also you cannot concentrate one additive with a maximum level.
Almudena, un segundo, acércate un...
Just a second, Almudena, could you be closer to the microphone because we can't hear you very well.
I want to say that if you exceed the maximum recommended level, whatever is 1 time or whatever you want, in complementary feed, of course, because it is complete feed, also you can do it in complete feed. Then you have to label also the premixers. So the indications of use, the direction of use of the premixers indicate how the premixers should be incorporated in compound feed or in feed materials. And then according with this level of incorporation, you may exceed the recommended level, and then if you exceed this recommended level, you have to put it in the compound feed, but also in the premixtures. If these directions of use clearly trigger an increase of the recommended level in the compound feed, you have also to label the premixtures. Before, we only in the authorization of feed additive of flavorings, we refer to feed materials and compound feed that you have to label, but now it's not necessary because in the regulation of feed marketing we have incorporated the obligation to label if you exceed the recommended level. But we continue to indicate that for premixtures. So you have to label the premixtures if the directions of use of this premixture trigger the possibility to increase the recommended level.
Okay, yeah. My name is Hans van Dam. I have a question for Paola. You mentioned shortly that there might be flavors that are not known as food flavors and that we might need to work on efficacy data. Is that correct? And do you already have more insights on how to do this?
I cited the example of the ginkgo extract and ginkgo tincture, for which couldn't find, the applicant could not find anything, and also the expert. So in this case, they were requested to provide evidence of efficacy, and the way that was selected is to perform this triangle test, which are recognized. There is an ISO method. It is not perfect because I think that there is this assumption that if a substance is feed flavoring, we assume that it acts also as a food flavoring, which maybe could be questionable. But this was applied since the beginning, so we are not changing the rule at the moment. So if you could demonstrate that panelists could distinguish a food after the addition of the additive from one which is not added, then maybe this could be considered as some demonstration of efficacy. Or maybe the creativity could be, you can develop other methods, but this was what at least Fefana decided to, and I think that they will do for other additives. We have already received some. This triggered a lot of discussion in the panel, but of course it was, now I think that we have established this. And this is done.
Any other questions? Yep. I have a question which is very simple and very practical about the labeling. About the maximum recommended content, how many times more can you use that maximum recommended content of whichever additive? I mean, is there some guide to tell me, say it's glutamate, I think the maximum recommended dose, maybe I could use up to 5 times more. But how do I know that? What limits the quantity that you can exceed it? I know that it's because of the SOX, but in practice, when you're going to use a product that has a maximum recommended dose, and maybe in that dossier or in that authorization, there's nothing about the SOC, you could decide to use 7 times more because you know in principle that it's safe and that it's going to be good for piglet yields, for instance. That's just a practical example. Well, my recommendation would be that the dose that has been assessed is the dosage that's in the regulation. And yes, there are some safety margins above that. And so exceeding it doesn't make it unsafe for the animals. But as Almudena said, whether you're exceeding it by 1 time or 100 times, you do have to reflect it in the label. And well, the authorized dose is the one that's in the regulation. And so ideally, you should not exceed that recommended dose. But how much? You can exceed it. Yes, I know. And the regulation does allow you to exceed it, but as long as you label it. So I know it's open-ended, but I'm not sure what Almudena thinks. But anyway. That's what I would say. Well, what I think is that you should not exceed that recommended dose. And you should not exceed it because somehow that was the agreement that we all reached in the panel in order to not have to label those additives or include those additives in the labeling. Because that would be making the exact formulation public. And so it was a sort of compromise back in the day to say, okay, the industry commits, although we know it's not a written regulation, but the sector sort of commits to maintaining that dosage. In fact, a lot of the studies that are being carried out, it's because the applicant cannot accept the maximum dose that EFSA has defined because they use more, and so they're doing additional research for the toasted cereals and herbal. There's been all those additional studies, and that's why. That's the underlying philosophy, let's say. But if you really want to exceed that dose, well, yes, but you will have to report it. And if the competent authority asks you, you will have to prove that the product is safe with that dose. So you will need to have some studies or some ways of justifying that and saying, well, because the safety margin is so high, I've used twice as much, and the safety margin is 10 times as much. So that's why I've done it. But as long as you can justify it, but I would do it very seldom. Oh, and there's a very high safety margin. If you can possibly never do it, so much the better, because that was sort of the compromise we reached with the sector. And if the sector starts exceeding those recommended doses too lightly, there could be problems which might give rise to the establishment of maximum doses, which is what you don't like, because then there's a formulation which you don't want to publicize, because it's your proprietary formula and you don't want to share that naturally. So that's the guide. Do it as little as possible, or if possible, don't do it. Well, I think it's clear. That's very clear. But in any case, we're going to have a panel session next when a lot of these topics will also come up. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seats, but stay around because I'm sure there will be similar questions coming up during the panel session. So thank you very much, Almudena. Don't log off, and Paola and so on. Don't log off, because I'm sure that you can provide valuable input for the next panel. Let's have a 5-minute break and come back for the panel, where we're going to continue discussing these things, but from the industry's point of view.
empezando si os parece. Venga, fenomenal.
Let's start. Let's resume.
Sí, para que haya un orden. Sí. Empezamos ya. Venga. Vamos a dar paso a la mesa redonda que la regula, la modera. Espera, a ver.
Are we all ready? We're going to have a final panel. We're just missing Arnaud. Just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Alexander, I'm going to introduce you because I know that you have to flight. You have to leave soon. You have a flight, I mean. You're a very good expert on botanical additives. You're an expert on that. You've been a speaker here. You have a lot of expertise. This panel is going to be very pragmatic because sometimes we have some doubts about how to manufacture feeds. There's many doubts that we face very often, and we want to use this roundtable in order to clarify those doubts that we have, okay? You have to chair the panel, and obviously you have to also be in charge of the Q&A debate. So let's go for it.
Aquí, ¿verdad? ¿Me oís todo?
Can you hear me? Yes, okay, good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank CESFAC for inviting me once again to this workshop, moderating or chairing actually this panel discussion. I feel it is a privilege because we have such well-known and prestigious speakers in this sector. It's going to be, I'm sure, a very, very fruitful panel discussion. I'd like to introduce the speakers. To my left, we have doesn't work. Oh, there we go. It was not working, the laser pointer. To my left, we have Mr. Eugenio Cegarra Garcia, who is a veterinarian, graduated from University of León, and a PhD from the University of Santiago de Compostela. He's been always working in the same company, Saprogal initially, then Neuter, which is now the Heus. He's been the Director of Formulation for 30 years, and he's presently the Technical and Regulatory Affairs Director at the Heus, Spain. Member of the Technical Committee of CESFAC, Chair of the Technical Committee of the Galician Manufacturer Association of Compound, AGAFAC. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Eugenio. The next, and we go to the other side of the panel, is Mr. Arnaud Bouchan, an agronomist graduated from the Institut National Agronomique de Paris, Grignon. He started his career in 1990 as a policy advisor at the French Feed Manufacturers Association, SNIA, and he joined FEFAC in 1998, and he's now Director of Feed Safety and Regulatory Affairs. Arnaud is very well known. He's a person who is very engaged and involved in this industry. And he is part of two very important things. Number one, the platform of circular feed, and the other one is the task force of the value chain of feed. And that represents that he has to organize and structure with more than 43 organizations from the supply chain of feed. Merci beaucoup, Arnaud. I hope you speak English because the interpreter speaks English, not French. And this is me, I'm the interpreter telling you. Then we have Maria Victoria Navas, representing the authorities. We also know her. She's a veterinarian. She graduated at the Universidad Complutense of Madrid, specializing in animal production in 1988. I did not know that you had been part of this industry, Victoria. I didn't know that. You worked there for almost 20 years until 2007, when you joined the public administration as a National Veterinary Corps civil servant. She joined the Ministry of Agriculture in 2011 and has worked in the animal feed area of the DG for livestock production. And from 1919, she is the head of the unit of animal food or feed. And finally, Mr. Hans van Dam, who, as Eugenio, has developed his entire professional career in Nutreco, the same company. He has a master's program and a PhD at Wageningen University in nutrition and animal health. He has always worked for Nutreco first, developing product, and now he has been for more than 20 years in regulatory affairs. He has a lot of experience in multi-jurisdiction product registration, the details of how to make a registration in the different geographies of the world. But he's also worked on complex, politically complex issues. He has a lot of experience in relating with authorities, and allow me, Hans, to tell them that you are very involved in Cepana, which is an association. He's very respected and very loved by all of us. Thank you, Hans, for being here today. Okay, I have prepared some questions to open the fire, so to say, to break the ice. There's logistically speaking, I'm going to ask in Spanish to Miss Victoria and Eugenio, and I'm going to ask in English to Hans and Arnaud, even if Hans speaks some Spanish, but we've agreed to ask questions in English anyway. My first question is for Eugenio. Eugenio, we've heard a lot of details from the industry, the consortium, from EPSA, from the Commission, and they've explained to us how all of these regulations have been originated, how each one of them have played different roles. But at this point in time, the regulations are published and the feed manufacturers get the regulations. In simple terms, what does this involve for you manufacturers, these regulations, and the constant dripping, so to say, of every year having a different regulation? Allow me to please make a brief introduction with some slides to give you the context first of our point of view of feed manufacturing. May I? Oh yes, for sure. Feel at home, Eugenio. Well, thank you for inviting me to participate on this working day. I come from La Coruña today. Maybe you think that this has nothing to do with botanical additives, but I can tell you an anecdote that you most probably don't know. 500 years ago, precisely, Loaiza expedition left from the port of La Coruña to the Moluccas, so that with a mandate from Charles V, he wanted to turn La Coruña into the contracting house of the species manufacturer. And in that exploration, also, Loaiza left, who was an Spanish admiral, together with the Elcano boat. And I guess that Cano and Charles V and Loaiza, I guess that they wanted to go to Moluccas to look for species. Why? Because back then I think they did not know much about the artificial intelligence. I did not know much, but they did actually. If we ask AI the functions of essentials or botanical oils, it tells us that they're metabolites which are secondary from plants. Different parts of plants actually, and that they have lots of functions and lots of benefits and lots of possibilities actually. But all of these substances, we need to know what they are about. We know scientifically there's a lot of information that talks about this, but after all, what are they? Are they raw material? Are they complementary feed? Are they medicines? If they're veterinary medicines, are they efficient, or what is the efficacy? What's the dosage? What's the toxicity? What are the labor hazards or risks? Or are they additives instead? And within additives, if they're flavoring, or are they so technical additives? Well, this is the classification that we are going to try to discuss during this panel discussion. In my opinion, and I'd just like to tell you, there are substances where we need to apply the regulation number 1831 from 2003, and within additives there's two groups, 2B for flavorings, and this slide shows an example where I selected precisely the one that includes a maximum dosage for different species, or maybe other zootechnic additives, which is a mixture of substances where they are authorized for that specific function. And that's my introduction from the point of view of a feed manufacturer for this panel discussion. And now, well, I guess that we will all be participating in the panel discussion equally. Thank you very much, Eugenio, for your introduction. Allow me to please say something that you discussed and mentioned. It's sort of like the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about the non-flavoring use of these ingredients. As a representative from FEFANA being the applicant, the formal applicant of this product that we're talking about, I'd like to remind everybody that this dossiers, this registration is for flavoring use, and that is the claim. Flavoring, any other use made by other companies of these additives is not included within the scope of our project. And if they have claims, as any other additives, they need to be based on trials assessed by EFSA with the corresponding registry. So once and again, I'd like to insist on it again. Alifia's talked about that. Paola talked about that. The Commission talked about that. But I would like to insist what we're talking about are flavoring. In the majority of the cases, they improve the palatability so that the animal eats more, and it has some benefits, but we're not talking, supporting, or defending any other type of claim about these products, okay? Allow me to please clarify this from the very beginning. Now, my next question is going to be for Arnaud. Arnaud.
Seeing that a lot of ingredients have been authorized. The levels that have been authorized are not necessarily the ones that the industry is using. So this is forcing to make reformulations at the flavoring level, but also at the feed level. And my question to you, maybe it's a bit more general, not only for flavorings, is if you consider that the current transition periods established in the regulations are sufficient or enough to adapt to these new rules, and especially to clear the existing stocks.
First, thank you for inviting me today. Just to clarify, because you heard a number of acronyms, CESFAC, FFAC, FEFANA, and then FEFAC. So we are the European CESFAC, basically, just to clarify. And then in that capacity of representing Europe and European feed manufacturers, obviously we rely on the feedback that we get from our members. And usually when we ask them, do you have a problem? If they have a problem, they report the problem. And they are quite quick in doing that. And when it comes to the transition period, it's always a problem. It's always perceived as a problem. But the experience proves that what is perceived as being a problem at the end of the day is manageable. And that's, I think, something quite important. But there are also different categories, different scenarios also when it comes to transition periods. You have the transition period where you have a reauthorization of an additive. And in such case, then, I mean, the conditions are relatively comfortable. It's just a transition, okay? When there is a significant change in the condition of use of the additive, then there starts the problem. But I would say that all in all, and looking at other scenarios, for example, the withdrawal of feed additives, we had relatively comfortable, and we should thank the Commission also for that, relatively comfortable transition periods. There were also denial of authorization, and in such case very strict withdrawal period, or transition period. And we have the scenario which hopefully you will not leave with, which is the scenario of non-renewal of authorization. Because in such case, there is even no transition period foreseen. And that's really a problem. So luckily for flavorings, if everything goes right and if the renewal of authorization is no longer required in the future, and if you manage to get also sufficient time and not stuck too tight by, let's say, by time to apply for renewal, then it could work. But all in all, I can tell you, it's managed.
Thank you, Arnaud, and also thank you for bringing up the issue about the renewals that it appeared in some slides from Alicia and also from Francesca. And yeah, it's a threat because if we fail to make a renewal, then all these additives vanish from one day to the other. This is not the scope of today's discussion, but yeah, the renewals is not something to forget, and currently the consortia is working very hard to get the renewals for the chemically defined that were authorized almost 9 years ago. Okay, so thank you very much, Arnaud, and now I would like to pass the... Yes, sure.
We cannot hear the questions, I'm sorry, there is no microphone.
Yes, Marianne?
Yes, Marianne from MAN. I have a question on this first exercise of renewal, because it's the first exercise we are in today. I fear that we will lose a lot of substances during this first step, and not because it's a safety concern, because we see, as far as I understand with the presentation from Alicia, only 2 substances were removed for safety concern during the first exercise. So for the renewal, I don't think that we have a lot of safety concern. It's just a matter of supported dossier. We will lose a lot of substances due to no support, no data, no support. So that's my fears for the renewal. And if we don't have the renewal of the authorization, then no transition period for these substances. So my question is, why should we apply again for renewal with only 2 substances removal for safety concern if in the first exercise? That's my question.
Well, I think we should throw this question to Commission, but if I can, I mean, it may or may not make sense from the scientific point of view, but this is how the law is established. So at the current status, it is established that we have to do these renewals. There were nice comments last week in Brussels about what nice surprises that the omnibus could bring by the end of the year. But the scenario today is that any additive, not only a flavoring, whatever, an antioxidant, after 10 years of authorization, it has to be renewed. And as a matter of fact, it's not just a copy-paste of the existing documents. It's a lot of additional information that has to be filed. And as if you were addressing, this is again a high burden to the customers that are making, to the companies that are making the renewals, and yes, I mean, not the same 500 something additives that were authorized for flavoring, chemical flavoring additives will be renewed, not because of safety issues, but because we are a small group of companies. We cannot afford the whole thing. It will not be a super impact for the industry as long as we are able to present in time. So this means in 3 months' time, in February, the first package of renewals. So yeah, I agree with you. And I also come from the food side, so it doesn't make that much sense. But these are the rules, and this is what we have to do. And as we did for the reauthorizations, we will do our very best as a group of companies to keep the business of flavorings. But thank you for your input, Marianne. Okay, so if I may, I go back to the panel and to the questions. And next question is for Hans. And in the presentation of the consortia of Alicia Pardo, we have seen how the flavoring manufacturer is addressing the compliance of his flavors. But then this goes to the premix or to the feed manufacturer. And my question to you is, how do the feed and premise manufacturers ensure that the flavorings they use comply with the regulations? Or at least what is your view and your experience at Nutreco?
Thank you, Alexander. Not hearing myself. Thank you for having me here. And yeah, it's really a pleasure to be back in Spain. I've been living here a few years, long ago. Yes, our company, it starts with making sure that we work with the right partners. We believe that indeed we have to work with those flavor companies that comply with the rules themselves, and this is especially true for those additives where you stay below the recommended maximum dosage, because then typically they are declared on the label as a mixture. So to some extent we don't know exactly what we buy, you could say. And this could create a certain vulnerability. So we make sure that our partners, our suppliers, that they make sure that everything is according to the rules that have already been described. And then next, well, we of course apply them like all other additives in our premixtures. We also have in Spain here a lot of compound feed production, so we oversee the whole chain, basically. And we have to comply with the rules like for all the other additives. So this mixture is declared also on our labels. And of course the dosage of the premixture in which the mixture is incorporated should comply with the instructions of use of the flavor mixture. Then next, also in compound feeds, yeah, we have the situation you could choose not to put this mixture on your label because they're below the recommended maximum dosage. And anything that goes beyond the recommended maximum dosage or has a maximum content in the authorization, of course, we have to declare these, but then that already comes normally through our suppliers. There might be a few cases where we have to really look closely on the situation, and this is when we could foresee that next to the mixture that we use, which is kind of black box, the IP protection, and we support that, by the way. But then there's also the possibility that you might want to add 1 or 2 extra flavoring compounds, and then you want to make sure that the total would not exceed any of those recommended maximum dosages, because then you have to declare it, or even if there's a true max, well, no, then you would see it. But it's especially this recommended max dosage that you have to make sure that there's no overlap. And this is where we trust also on our partners, our suppliers, that they might be able to give a bit more insight in their compositions. This could also be helpful for another purpose, which is when we would like to check our own mixing process and perhaps also that of our customer, in case there are some questions about did we put the right dosage, did something go wrong or whatever. Then it might be helpful if you have one active in your blend that you could actually monitor. So that's another reason why there might be interest in knowing a bit more about the mixtures. But as I say, we work with trusted partners. We always keep an open encounter an open ear for our needs. And actually, I mean, in general, it's quite straightforward. You get the mixture, you apply it, and that's it. Yeah, and thus far, this has worked properly. Maybe it's something that I could also ask to Arnaud, because you have a lot of members that might also, you may know a bit more about what are the practices in the industry.
Yes, indeed, This question, particularly this question of mixture, of several mixtures, was something of concern. Also, when we had the discussion, and thank you again, Alexander, because we had very good exchange, I think 3 or 4 years ago, when considering, okay, how to deal with this kind of scenarios, and which I think are not just illusion. That's the reality, because there are many different markets, many different ways to use flavorings via the premixture, via directly on the feed in combination of the two. So I went back again and asked the different companies and different members across Europe. And all in all, as you said, at certain point in time, we can apply practices, reduce the inclusion rate, avoid this and that. But at certain point, there may be also a need to get also some more information from the supplier, and it seems that it works well. So I think that it is, and when we also look back on the way this concept of recommended maximum level was also based, as Almudena said, on a relation, confidence between the partners and authorities, and I think that the result now is positive.
Okay, thank you, Hans, and thank you, Arnaud, for your contribution, and also for reminding again this issue about mixing more than one flavoring mixture. That is not the let's say the super common practice, but in those small cases that this happens, you are bringing your experience that the industry knows how to do and how to do in the proper way. Thank you very much. Ahora pues paso a preguntar.
And now I'd like to ask Maria Victoria 2 questions, actually I have. And I'm going to start by following the value chain. The consortium has explained how the industry of flavorings checks the compliance, and Hans and Arnaud just explained to us how the feed manufacturer makes that or does that. And now we get to the authority. You authorities go to manufacture, let's say, a feed manufacturer or flavoring manufacturing. What are the steps that you follow in order to ensure that the entire value chain is complying with these regulations? Oh, good morning to everyone. Well, the authorities that have the power in the regions have procedures to make official controls, and what they check in these controls is fundamentally the labeling of the pre-mixtures, the labeling of feed, the labeling of additives. They compare them with the authorization regulations of additives, and they can also compare them with the amounts introduced in the formula, not only in the formula but also in the manufacturing sheets. That is to say, what they check is that the documents and the products that are authorized are used at the dosages that are authorized, and if their maximum recommended dosages, there needs to be an agreement, and the manufacturer needs to explain why they are maybe sometimes overcoming the authorized dosages, if so, and this needs to be a convincing reason, and it has to be backed also by documents that allow for the authorities to verify that it is reasonable. And now, related to what Eugenio explained earlier, yes, sometimes they're using products or actually additives that have been used as flavoring additives with aims which are not flavoring actually, but rather they increase the dosage just because, since this is an authorized additive which is authorized as a flavoring, and they give to it properties that are established in the literature for human consumption, or because it is used in food supplements for human consumption, they try to translate using the resistance to antimicrobials issue. And the most demanding regulations that we have noticed in the use of medications for animal feed, vet medications, they're trying to use it as raw materials where there's nutrients that can be given in a more cheap way than these nutrients, that these substances that tend to be imported, or allocating to it curative or healing properties of additives that are not authorized as such, nor as medications, nor as additives. And they sometimes intend to talk about the term natural. And as somebody said initially, natural does not necessarily mean that it is safe completely, because sometimes it may have substances of concern. Sometimes they're even dangerous or hazardous. That is why the authorities can pay attention to this and extract the documents that allow them to verify whether the manufacturer of feed normally, which is where they may produce these substances which may be different from what has been authorized, whether they comply or not with the regulations for animal feed. Normally, we make analysis also, but normally with the document analysis, the documentation analysis, it's good enough to check whether the the products are used as the documents establish. Thank you very much. Actually, in a talk that we got by the authority, the local authority in Catalonia, they told us that they include in the checklist checking the websites of the manufacturer before they go for the visits. Do they do that everywhere or only in Catalonia? No. Yes, we always do that in general. Sometimes, as one part of the official controls, we control the permitting of the feed in the online webs. We talk about that. Some years ago, we were talking about the non-authorized use of additives that were authorized as flavorings or as something else, but they were being used with other aims. And these websites have grown exponentially. And from these controls, many of these websites have censored the information of this type of product so that any person can see them, including the local authorities. And they just leave it for the customers, stating the following sentence, for instance: ask question if you have doubt.
Because they are required to include this information, and if the competent authority asks for information about something that's not being disclosed, well, you could argue that it's to maintain your competitive advantage, but if the competent authority is knocking at your door, there's usually a reason for it. And they're using terms like nutraceuticals, phytobiotic. What does phytobiotic mean? That it's a plant-based product and that it's also connected with life, or that it's a plant-based product that's replacing antibiotic? Because that could be interpreted as a claim, and that cannot be. It's analyzed on a case-by-case basis, and in fact that's what's happening, to see whether you may use that term or not. It's true that that term is not in the regulations, but phytobiotic, when you're saying that it's preventing diseases, it does sound like you're claiming it's curing or preventing with natural products, soi-disant, things for which it has not been authorized or registered, or which has not been proven, where there's no side effect profile. So it's really almost, well, not witchcraft, but, it's just not the way you should go about this. So on the one hand, we seek complete safety in all products used for animal feed, and all of a sudden we're working with things that we don't even know for those animals or for those diseases what their action is. So I really think we need to be more focused. Well, thank you very much for that I think you've made it very clear for everyone in the room and for everyone following this online. And I know that you have that since you've got the microphone, Victoria, there's another thing I wanted to ask you. In the presentations by EFSA and the consortium, we've heard a lot about SOCs, or substances of concern, and the effort that EFSA has made to be able to assess botanicals containing SOCs. And I know that in SCOPAF, you've also had to develop regulations, and there's been quite a lot of discussion about how these botanicals with substances of concern should be regulated. Could you maybe share what you can about how you discuss this in your organization with the member states? Well, I think Paola explained that really well, the work that's been done in this area. But it's true that thanks to the EFSA opinion, we've been able to access much more detailed information, although she spoke about the database of substances of concern and all that, but we especially use the information we get from EFSA, especially in connection with potential carcinogenic or mutagenic effects. And so that's really what we use as a guide, and that's the basis for our discussions. And based on whether it's going to be used for fattening animals, so short-lived animals, or longer-lived animals like reproductive animals, or pets, or horses. And so I discuss the information, and then based on that, we come to a decision with some very important, thorough work done beforehand by both the Commission and EFSA. Great, thank you very much. And now I'm coming back to you, Eugenio. Listening to the comments and the presentations, it seems that amongst the various consequences of the presence of substances of concern in botanical flavorizers, apart from having to define a maximum dose, this maximum dose also implies that you have to label. So to report in the label for the additive or the premixture or the feed. And as we've seen, over 40% of these botanical groups fall in this category. So what is your experience? How do you see this, and how might it impact feed manufacturers to have to report with this huge list of ingredients, because there's lots of ingredients in a flavorizer? Thank you. Well, actually, with all the additives that we have regulated in different categories and functional groups, this is one of the broadest of functional groups. There's like 500 additives that have been authorized, and so no, it's hard to know them all and control them all. But when a new product is integrated because it's created or because you acquire it, you have to get information from suppliers. You have to work with suppliers who are reliable with respect to the information and the data they provide about what they're really using. And then you have to label them based on the regulations. There's really no other choice. It is very difficult. And sometimes there could be some errors because it's so broad. But yeah, that's what you have to do. There's no other choice. There's no alternative to this ingredients declaration. And so yeah, the text and the labels might, will have to be large. The labels will have to be large. The script will be small, but that's all we can do. And this takes me back to the allegations, and we are still trying to be very serious with that, since I think it's explained very clearly in Article 13 of the marketing regulations, where you cannot prevent or cure, you cannot claim to prevent or cure diseases with compound feed or supplementary feed, and you have to keep that in mind. But of course, in the market, given the antibiotic reduction policies and given the need to do that to prevent antimicrobial resistance, there is this potential alternatives, but you have to be really careful with them because so far, as I said in the introduction, you have to apply 1831. These are not veterinary drugs, these are additives that have to comply with 1831. Okay, thank you very much, Eugenio, for that input. And now I'd like to go back to Hans, and so I'll switch to English. Is there a question? Oh, there are questions in the room. Go ahead, Isabel. Now or after? I don't mind. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You can ask the question now. Right. I just have a comment. First about target species, which Alicia mentioned before, that we had this huge endless list of so many animal categories and species and so on, that this regulation defining the categories will be really useful. Perhaps Victoria could tell us a bit more, because I know you've made a lot of progress, but when could we look forward to having this? Because it would help us with the labeling and with the correct usage too of the products. And then a more general question for the discussion, and that is the labeling in the sense of simplifying, not so much all the information that's contained there, because of course we know that you have to apply the regulations about additives and premixtures and all the way to the feeds, but by perhaps using other technologies which are currently available. We're almost in 2026, which we didn't have in 2003 when the regulations were published. So just thinking about the draft omnibus regulation, which is about simplification, perhaps we could ask Victoria as representative of the authority and in the scope of how are you approaching this idea of simplifying how the information is communicated. Of course, the information has to be made available, but how to present it all the way down the chain and to the final user is up to discussion. And I'm sorry, it was quite a long question or comment. Thank you. Well, as for the new regulation and the revision of Regulation 429, I imagine that by next year it will be published, it will be voted on and published. I'm not sure whether it will be in the first semester or the second semester. I hope it will be in the first semester, but I can't swear to it. As for what you're asking about the labeling, it's true that you have to include a lot of information, and I know that the sector has been demanding that you be allowed to use QR codes to do that. And I think that is in part in the omnibus regulation, but of course not all the information. There will be some information that will be considered as essential and which will have to be printed in the label itself, but there might be other elements of that information which may be conveyed with a QR code. I don't know exactly which will be which, but I know that that is a possibility that's being considered to introduce some additional flexibility and not to have to print everything in the label. Although I'm actually struck by the fact that it's true that labels get really long. They have to be in several languages, and there's other information you need to include with claims and so on that take up room as well. So it is a bit limiting. Okay, thank you, Isabel, for that question, and you, Victoria, for answering so succinctly. And so I'll go back to what I was saying, and I'll go back to Hans, and I'll switch to English.
About the renewals, Marianne from the audience, from MAN, she was raising the hand and asking about it. And well, you as Nutreco, you are not involved in this renewal of flavorings, but as I explained in your introduction, you have more than 20 years of experience in regulations and in filing dossiers. And what I would like to know, and that you shared with the audience, is how do you feel, what is your view of how these upcoming renewals of more than 500 flavorings will be, and needs to be done in 2 years? I mean, what is your gut feeling, no? being such an experienced person in this kind of processes? How do you see it?
Thank you, Alexandra, for your nice words. When I look at the group, I actually, Nitreco was in the consortium at the very beginning for a number of substances, and then when EFSA published their opinion, we thought the work was done, but apparently it has gone on for quite some time still.
You can join us at any time, huh?
No, but we support very much the work being done. We find it impressive if we look at the number of applications, the complexity, especially now with the botanical extracts. We see that those companies really invest in, well, of course, their own future, but also dedication toward the feed sector. There might be also other applications that you could think of. So this is something which we value very highly, really very respectable. When we look at this group, we believe that it's really important group of substances, chemically defined. You could imagine that it takes away some of the concerns that we have for a number of botanicals, where you have those substances of concern, etc. You could also see that if in some areas it doesn't work out for the extracts, for example, because of those genotoxic substances, you could always fall back on the chemically defined, in my view. Maybe not for biological production, but at least for the conventional farming, you could compose your mixture as if it were a plant extract, without the bad ones, of course. So yes, I believe it's important, but it will be a huge task, because that's what I've seen at the beginning, and I followed also in the past decades. It's a huge task to get this done, with a good collaboration with Commission and EFSA, but still it's a very big task. So for the consortium, I would hope that the intentions of the Commission to replace the renewal procedure for something else. There will be something in place, of course, because we have to maintain this high level of safety. But that the renewals might not be needed anymore. I would hope that many of those 500 substances could fall under that waiver. Let's hope that also the Commission drafts their proposal in a way that it allows for this, so that we could already benefit also for this group of additives from the intended removal of the renewal procedure. And yeah, for the rest, I would say success with the work, and count on us in terms of, okay, we support you, and we work with the companies in the consortium, so also as a customer, of course. Thank you. Maybe one thing that I would still like to comment on the labeling, the electronic labeling. It's another proposal indeed that Commission is working at. Maybe just to give a bit our perspective, we've discussed this internally, and we feel that let's say what you have to create as a company, of course, is also quite demanding. You have to create this electronic environment where you put your information that you could take off the physical label, and you put it in the electronic environment. And you have to make sure that it's tamper-proof. You should not be able to change it or so during the period in which the products could be on the market, so let's say 2 years. You have to make different versions if you change your formula. We are very big in premixtures, and imagine the number of formulas we have, and therefore also the number of digital labels you have to create. So then what we believe is that it could be interesting for sure, taking off part of that information, but it should have enough substance. If it would be too little information that is brought from the physical label to the digital label, we're not sure if we will invest in it. It should be really something that has sufficient weight on the amount of information on the label. And I leave it to the Commission to decide, okay, what is needed on the label, what is needed, what can be brought over to the electronic label. That's at least my take on behalf of my company. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, for your your inputs about how the eventually labeling changes should be to make it worth. No, just if we have to do something, it has to provide a value for the whole chain. And I also appreciate very much your best wishes for the renewals and the omnibus. I have no news. We do have the news that the elimination of the renewals might be a part of the coming omnibus, but this was a question last week in the audience. It was not clear if the already open renewals would be covered by this removal, or they should complete the process until the end. Of course, I have not discussed this with my colleagues in the consortia, but I'm pretty sure that we will be all very happy to be part of the elimination of the renewal, even if we had filed the initial information.
I guess maybe, well, we have to make sure that Article 14.4 of 1831, which is the timely submission of renewal dossiers, is something you have to keep on doing until the end. But then what happens next? Is it so that you have to do the whole risk assessment, or that maybe there could be a different approach decided by the Commission and EFSA? That's the question, I think.
Let's see. Yeah, that's the point, and I hope that Commission and EFSA that are here with us can think about it. Okay, thank you, Hans. Now I will move again to Maria Victoria. Mi compañera Alicia.
My colleague Alicia spoke briefly about this, very briefly about this, and perhaps some of the colleagues from the industry realized that she tiptoed past this, because we've recently found some EFSA opinions that were favorable for several species, but not long-living animals. But then when SCOPAF actually drafted the regulation, it turned out piglets were no longer there. So you look at the EFSA opinion and piglets were safe, and then you look at the regulation and they're not there. So, and I'm familiar with what happened behind the scenes with this, but I wonder if you could share with us the discussions that took place and why SCOPAF eventually interpreted the EFSA opinion in this way. Well, about piglets, it depends on the type of production. If these piglets are in a farm where you're raising breeding sows as well, the piglets, I guess it's because of including long-lived animals. These piglets that are actually going to be gilt replacement sows, when they're piglets, they're actually going to become long-lived animals. So what they eat will matter, not just because it's authorized only for piglets who are going to be finishers, and also because there've not been enough testing about what could happen in later stages of the piglets' lives. If they're fatteners, then they're not considered to be long-lived animals. But if they are going to be replacement sows or for a boar stud, they would be considered as long-lived, and that's why that has been removed, because of the substances of concern, both carcinogenic and mutagenic, for longer-lived animals. Okay, if I could add, connecting it with Isabel Marzo's question from DPREM about the new segmentations of animal categories. When we saw this in the consortium, we developed a working group to see whether we could react or present a counter-proposal to the Commission. One of the scenarios that were considered was that of proposing a subcategory of piglets to differentiate between finisher piglets and reproductive piglets. But then we thought, well, let's not complicate matters further. It's complicated enough as it is. And so we decided not to do anything about it. But I do understand why you drew this conclusion. Thank you, Maria Victoria. And last but not least, one final question for Arnaud Buxton, and I'm going to switch to English again.
During the whole meeting, there's been mentioning about omnibus and improvements that may come. But well, this is the first package of things that could improve in the coming weeks or coming months. But since you have been working very closely with the feed chain, and you have been also pushing from FEFAC to modernize, to simplify the feed additive regulation, besides the coming omnibus, what is your mid-long-term view on how the regulation of feed additives should hopefully improve in the coming time?
Yeah, there are indeed things today already in the omnibus, and I think that we have to push certainly strongly to get this omnibus through as quick as possible, and that's because of the renewal of authorization. And indeed, as it is, let's say, drafted these days, the shorter the text is adopted, the less additives will have to undergo renewal. So that's pretty clear. Now, as was mentioned also by Hans, we have to be a bit careful that this is not replaced by another burdensome, let's say, post-market monitoring or procedures of that kind, which have proved to be quite demanding in other sectors which follow this kind of orientations. For the labeling, and I would completely agree with Hans, the digital labeling is certainly a good orientation. We can certainly push for it. It can be really a solution to limit the amount of, and to facilitate the communication of information which is subject to mandatory labeling. But these days, if we understand it well, these things which would be eligible to digital labeling are just codes. So, identification code of products, the approval number of the operator, the date of manufacturing, things which don't need to be translated. This is certainly not the most burdensome in terms of space on the label. So this may be discouraging. And if the idea is in 1 year time or 2 years time just to evaluate the level of uptake of this solution by the market, it may well be 0. And then that would be a failure. So there is certainly a scope here to be a bit more ambitious in what can be put on the label. But you mentioned things which are not today in the omnibus. Indeed, there is a long list of these, code of practice for labeling. That would be extremely helpful, certainly, especially you have talked a lot about claims. Claims are certainly one of the critical elements in communication of information and in the success of placing on the market of a product. And that needs to be regulated, but regulated in a consensual way, and not the same way as done maybe for the food sector, where you have claims which are subject to evaluation, authorization, and so on, which lack the flexibility that we need on our market. And I would just like to mention one thing, which is things which can be already simplified now. You don't need, you can already reach simplification without changing 1831. And in particular, there's this question of species. Indeed, we are still waiting for this recommendation on species, which would already help streamlining a bit the process. But it will be good for new authorization, upcoming authorization. But what about past authorization? Especially if there is no renewal of authorization, then who will take care of reviewing the past authorization to make sure that they are simplified in terms, particular of species? It's not always the authorities to blame for that. Operators are also sometimes to blame. But for the final users, it's really a nightmare. This, together with ID numbers, this is something that would really deserve some simplification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Arnaud, for your insights and your opinion on how the regulation of feed additives will or may hopefully evolve in the coming months. And well, from my side, I finished my checklist of questions, but I assume that we may have more questions from the audience online, and also the audience here physically. So I pass the floor to CESFAC colleagues.
Okay, we have 2 questions online. I'm not sure if there are past questions from the other part of the journey. The first question is in Spanish, and it says, El tenor máximo
the maximum recommended term follows the rules of the normal maximum term. Almudena, are you there still? Well, first I'd like to clarify that the issue of the modification of Regulation 425 has been notified to the World Trade Organization, and we expect to have an answer in March. So I think it would be approved in the first semester. So everything's going well with that, and it will be very useful, not just for you, but also for us, by the way, because it is hard for EFSA too sometimes. And we've definitely worked very closely with EFSA, who've done great work developing this list of species and categories and making sure it's consistent with the safety and efficacy aspects. And also to remind you that often EFSA's opinion says one thing and we authorize another, but that's because sometimes there are what are called legitimate factors. And if there's something you cannot control, then maybe you need to restrict, because we cannot deceive consumers or farmers, producers. So it happens with horses, for example. We've had fattening horses, but we know that a lot of horses, which are not meat horses, which are for recreation, do end up in the food chain in the end. And so we have to deal with horses not as finishers, but as long-lived animals on the one hand, and on the other also consider that there could be food safety issues connected with the use of additives that may be harmful for consumers. So there's always some restrictions that do not fully align with EFSA's opinion. And the question was, which I've now forgotten it, oh yes, about the maximum tenor. Okay, yes, it's true that the feed marketing regulation says that complementary feed and raw materials cannot have a concentration greater than the maximum authorized level. And here I'm not referring to the maximum recommended value, but to the value, the level that appears in that column for some additives of the maximum authorized level. So the answer is no. Recommended maximum is not the same as authorized maximum. So when we recommend something, even if it says maximum recommended level, it does not have the same consequences than when there is a maximum authorized level. And therefore, for example, that issue of the 100 times you can exceed the recommended authorization unless it's for a particular nutritional purpose. Then, except in those cases where you could exceed it, you cannot exceed it. But if there's a maximum authorized level, you shouldn't ever exceed it. Again, I know that the industry will comply with maximum recommended values, and I'm sure we won't need to see you exceeding it 100 times in complementary feeds or raw materials. So it's not the same.
Is a flavoring marketed for food if it is authorized for feed and meets the specifications of its authorization? Could it be used in feed premixtures?
La verdad es que la pregunta no se entiende.
I don't quite understand that question. I understand it's an additive that's authorized for food, but also for feed. But I don't quite get the point of the question. It says authorized in food, but also in feed, and complying with the feed requirements, whether you can use it in a pre-mixture for feed, I guess. Well, if it's authorized for feed, then of course, yes, go ahead. Yes, if it's authorized for feed, of course you can use it for a pre-mixture. And if it was only authorized for food, Almudena? No, in that case, no, not at all. So since we're so human-centric and think that what's good for humans is also going to be necessarily good for the rest of the planet, is not true at all. And so this constant argument of, well, because it's authorized in humans, why shouldn't we be able to use it in animals? Well, no, because animals have different metabolic requirements, and for some, something that might be great for humans could be really harmful. So no, it has to be authorized for feed. And you have to comply with the specifications and in the authorization and the requirements in the authorization for feed. And there's no more questions coming in through the chat, but there's one here in the room somewhere. Go ahead.
Vale.
Related to what Alexander said about piglets, it is true that there's some piglets that just include lactants and others that include lactants for certain additives, suckling pigs, and others that just don't allow us because it's suckling. It specifies suckling pigs and up until 5th week or whatever. Can that be specified because the suckling pig eats maybe 50 or some different pre-weaned? I don't know if it makes sense the fact that an additive can only be used when the piglet is suckling with the mother, or when you say, well, I take it to the transitional place where it's already weaned and maybe they can go to the limits until the limits where you believe that an additive can be used so as not to have an effect on the next steps. It would not be a bad idea to unify it because some of them are only for suckling pigs. Well, it's difficult for me to defend an idea that I disagree with, but anyway, I understand the way you got to this conclusion. The thing is that in the assessment office, it's clear that this differentiation between the long-living and the non-long-living, I mean, in the sense that the long-living live longer, and all that time they've been intaking the feed with that substance of concern, so it's clear for that. But what you're asking about is more complex because it has to do from, we have the reproduction that has been exposed for some time and then it's not exposed any long. It's complicated to reach to the conclusion. I don't know if my comparison is not very good, but if I've smoked for 3 years and I won't smoke for 50 more years, I don't know the impact. So the long-living situation is complex. The EFSA or whatever entity needs to assess the impact of that little exposure. The other thing you're related to distinguishing the weaning from the piglet, well, it's related to the differentiation of species, and we in Tefana decided not to diversify even more. But anyway, any aspect is welcome, of course. My proposal is that the piglet, which is the fattening piglet, many additives are going to be used until the 4th week when the animal, I don't know, weighs 18 weeks, let's say. So then weaning. Well, we need to be able to unify for an animal that is going to eat, let's say, 100 grams of a feed with a certain additive. I don't know if it is really worthwhile for the additive to be added because during, I don't know, during the lactation period, they eat very little, and when they start eating a little bit more is when they get up to 10 kilograms, be it, I don't know, 100 grams that they eat during lactation, but not more, right? So what it is useful, it's to limit additives in a consumption until the animal weighs, let's say, 10 kilograms, or maybe let's go to 20. That could be a proposal. That might be interesting for those of us who are in, that area. Okay, I take note of it, and we will discuss it internally in Cefana. In any case, it depends on the type of additive, right? Because if it is a flavoring additive, maybe yes, but in other types of additives, it's not the case because it's for animals which are exclusively lactating, and maybe it's given to... Related to the previous online question, it is underlined again, since you asked, that it is a flavoring that is marketed for human food that complies with the regulation, which is feed as a flavoring product. That is related to the previous online question. Do you know what is the feed regulation as a flavoring? What do you refer to when you're talking about this? Because the term that this question is using is not clear. Tell me, what do you mean by the feed regulation as a flavoring? That is there a regulation that authorizes that additive in feed, or are you just referring in general to Regulation 1831? It needs an authorization as an additive under certain use conditions. Otherwise, it cannot be used, even if its use is authorized.
Is the register of feed additives. So if there is a specific additive for which a person would like to check if it is authorized or not, should be checked by the feed additives authorization, can give an overview of the feed additives authorized. So in this way, the person knows if it is authorized or not.
Bueno, yo puedo hacer, ya me quito el gorro de Cefana, me pongo en Delucta, que tenemos una división de aromatizantes para alimentación animal, pero una mucho más grande para alimentación humana. Y no se ha dado muy a menudo, pero sí que nos hemos encontrado alguna vez pues que hemos cogido un producto del portafolio de alimentación humana.
From time to time, we've taken a product from the portfolio of human food, and we say, well, this could be used for animal feed. So we have a computerized system that checks whether the components of that flavoring that was formulated back some time ago for human consumption, if the ingredients where we want to prescribe the flavorings comply with what was prescribed for any individual ingredient. So to answer you, if you do it like this, maybe yes, but the bad news is it normally does not work. They don't comply with normally, but maybe that could happen. Good morning, my name is Javier Naval. I'm the director of the Delucta division of feeds. I have a question, especially for Ms. Navas. We've realized that there's many regulations that have been published in the last few years related to flavoring additives. Some of them in botanicals that have established maximum limits, which are illegal, or legal, I guess he meant. In terms of the implementation of the compliance of these regulations, have the member states of the EU unified the criteria, or is every country going to proceed depending on their policies individually? I did not understand your question. I don't know what you mean about whether they've notified criteria for the implementation. The implementation is about implementing what is established in the regulation of authorization, right? For instance, I'm talking about inspection processes, so how are they going to be made? Oh, no. Different member states have different programs of control within the National Plan of Control of the Food Chain. Every member state has a different control program, and what the local authority needs to do in each member state is verifying the compliance of the regulation in all aspects. In the case of additives, whether they're using certain additives that the manufacturing is conformant with the regulations of animal feed, Regulation 1083, and all of the regulations of animal feed. And actually in Spain, where we have 17 different regions, we centrally coordinate the national control program in animal feed, but different regions then have different control programs that are based obviously on the national program of animal feed, coordinated in the Ministry of Agriculture, but different regions established different criteria based on the grounds, but the local authorities have the power to establish their own programs, and therefore, if in Spain, where we have only 17 regions and we have different programs, imagine in the member states, obviously, each one has its own official control program.
No sé si tenéis alguna cuestión más.
I don't know if you have any more questions. Otherwise, we'll just leave it here because we're 15 minutes late almost. Last question, please.
Into what Alicia explained on the authorization on botanical, the one we already have, if I remember well, we have 3 ways of constraint, of limit, depending on the kind of substances active in the botanical. So it's difficult for us to manage. And I imagine that it's also difficult for the user to manage. So is it a possibility to simplify or at least harmonize the constraint? Maybe it can be useful to have the constraint on the active, on the substance of concern of the restricted substances, rather than to have the constraint on the botanical in itself. So it helps the user to monitor also the other sources of this substance, the other occurrence of these substances in the feed. You understand what I mean? Is it possible for estragol, methylogenol, perialdehyde, and this kind of substances?
I guess your idea, Marianne, is just taking how this is done in food, right? That the
Yes.
undesired substances have their own limits, which might make sense from the, let's say, scientific point of view, but procedure-wise, it's not that easy, because EFSA hasn't received a mandate to do this kind of exercise. And I have also discussed this with Arnaud several times, and the feed manufacturers are also don't feel very comfortable with this scenario.
There is a burden, and it is shifting the burden from the upstream to the downstream, but it does not solve the problem. We have already a long list of contaminants to check. It will just only increase this amount. So honestly, especially since with the expectation that the majority of the load will come from the feed additive and not from the feed materials, then there is a sense to have the control upstream.
But are we sure that the substance come mainly from the sensory additive and not from the feed material? It's a question. I don't know, because, for example, coumarin is coming from cinnamon, of course, but it comes also from hay, for example. So,
obviously, if you take a THC, it's even more a better example of that. But for THC, at least on this, for that, we have a limit. We will have a limit on the final feed. Or at least on the feed materials, not on the final feed, but on the feed materials. So that makes sense. But the bulk of the substance of concerns that we have are really concentrated more in the feed additive than in the feed materials. That's my expectation, especially since the majority of the feed materials that are used are basically wheat or products which are used in food commonly. So, I mean, there's less sense to regulate at the end when there's a clear identification where the load, the maximum load of the contaminant comes. Then when you have a good mapping of that, then it's upstream that it has to be regulated. Otherwise, it can be downstream.
Pues yo creo que ya.
Ultimísima pregunta.
Last question, very last question. Yes, my question is about the definition, if there is a definition of natural flavor in feed. In food, we do have a definition, but what do we mean by natural flavor in feed? I don't think this definition exists as such. We do have botanical substances that are introduced as additives in organoleptic products, but not as a natural flavoring per se. I'm not aware of the fact that I've studied it. I don't think so.
¿Tienes una, José? Venga, José, que estás aquí. Que si no...
No, simplemente...
We've been talking about the species, and we're more and more specialized. And the Omnibus Act or the regulation, have they thought about minority species such as rabbits and so on, guinea pigs? How are they going to be? Are they going to just be left without anything? That's all. Well, the Omnibus Act does not contemplate, I think, the issue of a species for the time being. There is still the authorized regulation from whatever amendment is made of the regulation, and yes, it includes minor species. Are they going to be held somehow or not? Because more and more with the specialty of additives, they're being left outside. There's not going to be additives to be used for these minor species. I'm thinking about rabbits and so on. Well, there's much more variability actually of list of species and potential reproductive species than what we have now. So I think so, yes, they're contemplated.
These minor species, you might lose many additives, and it's up to the applicant to really work on the evidence, and there is a bridging principle. So if you would do tolerance tests in the main species, then if you do it on all the main species, typically you would be able to use those data also for the minor species. But I think there's next to the list of species, target species, there would also be this kind of decision tree. So when can you join information for multiple species, and you could include the minor species in one of the major species. But it's up to the applicants to provide the relevant information on safety. If that fails, then you would have, you miss certain species. Yeah.
Bueno, pues un aplauso para la mesa.
Please, a round of applause for the panelists. And thank you so much for staying until the very end. I don't know people connected online, but I thought it was really interesting. We've answered many doubts and questions. I don't know if absolutely all of them, but well, we've been able to do it. Thank you so much to all of the panelists. I know that they've traveled from abroad, and thank you all for coming and staying here. And now I think we deserve a little cocktail that we have upstairs, and well, thank you. Good luck.